raise your hand. Anybody seeing anything?
No.
I'm not either. Raise your hand. Okay. Got everybody in for now, James?
So far, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome to our city council meeting. This is a completely electronic meeting tonight. And let's see. Am I supposed to read something, Sean, about that? In other words, we do not have an anchor site. This is completely virtual, if you will, from our respective locations. So it's 100% being done by Zoom or YouTube. And I don't see anything here for me to read, but I will just say that per the written determination that was signed and read at the previous council meeting on November 19th, 2020, an anchor location will not be provided for this meeting as well, due to the situation that we have at this time with COVID, and just trying to do the best we can to minimize further infection during kind of this busiest time so far at the hospital in our city. So appreciate everyone's patience. I think Michelle Randall was saying, Councilwoman Randall was saying earlier, we're ready to be done with Zoom, but it's tough not to do these things in person. But I appreciate everyone doing the best we can given the situation. So let's begin, if we could, with an invocation. And again, one more call. Michael Chamness, are you on the Zoom call? If so, put it in the chat or physically raise your hand. There's some phone numbers, someone said, that of course could be Mr. Chamness. Not sure how to deal with that unless James, can you unmute everyone for just a moment? I don't know if you can, or I don't think I can.
I can ask everyone to unmute for one moment, but I have to mute everybody afterwards. So you'll have to.
That's okay. That's okay. Why don't we do that? Let's everybody unmute for just a moment, and let's see if Michael Chamness is on. Michael?
Reverend Guzman's on.
Nice. There are a couple phone numbers, James. Can you unmute them? Because I don't know who they are.
Okay, I just did.
Okay, Michael Chamness, Reverend Chamness, are you on the phone? All right. I'm not seeing him, so we'll go ahead, and what we'll do, let's see. Michelle Randall, would you be willing to say an invocation for us?
Yes.
Before you do, I'm going to mute everybody.
Okay.
So
and then
you need to unmute. Okay. You can unmute yourself if you're loud.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for the opportunity we have to gather this evening. We're grateful for the age that we live in that provides the technology we need to be able to continue on with the business of the city. We pray that as we are contemplating and going over the issues on the agenda tonight, that we will all be in tune with what is best for the needs of our city. We pray for our city and those that live in our city, those that are dealing with the ramifications of COVID at this time, and for our hospital workers. We pray for those in our city, that all of our city employees and those with special needs at this time. We pray this night that all will go well, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Michelle. Let's rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance if we could. Jimmy, would you mind leading us in that pledge?
I'd love to. Can everybody please arise? There's a flag right there behind the mayor. You want to start over?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, here we go. If you would repeat the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jimmy.
We make it?
Yep. Thanks for doing it.
Sorry, I cut out there for a minute.
That's all right. Thank you. Okay. Let me start with an agenda check. Adam, any changes to the agenda besides the one I mentioned to you just before?
Nope.
No changes to the agenda.
Nope.
Okay, then I'm going to suggest that very first thing, if we could, I'd like to move to appointments to boards and commissions of the city, and put that up front, and then we'll go to comments from the public. Council, as I think you're all aware, we have last year, about a year ago, we made a few replacements, if you will, some new appointments to the Planning Commission, and we set new term lengths at 2 years instead of 4 years. In some cases, we've even had some at 2 and 3 years as we've replaced people kind of out of order, or they've been on longer than their term allowed. And so we cleaned that all up last year. And so we have 2 members of the Planning Commission that have served now for 4 years. And I have met with them, and that they are David Brager and Roger Nelson. And it's been a good length of service for them. I thanked them for their service. They will be finished, and I guess you could say relieved them of their duties as of January 1st, when their terms are expired. And we'll recognize them in the remaining Planning Commission meeting next week, I believe it is. So they're happy to have served, and I expressed on all of our behalf our gratitude for their service. Also, Ray Draper, to make the terms line up, he finished the last year of a previous commission member's term, and so that term has expired the end of this year. And so what I would like to do, if you're so inclined, I would like to nominate for the Planning Commission the reappointment of Ray Draper for a 2-year term starting January 1st, 2021, and also Steve Kemp to a 2-year term starting January 1st, 2021, and Elise Mortensen West to a 2-year term starting January 1st, 2021. And Elise and Steve are on the call, and so appreciate the chance to have you here, Elise and Steve. And so now I would just come to you, Council, for any discussion and or motion to those appointments.
Does anyone have discussion? I'll make a motion unless people want to talk first.
It's up to you, and we can have discussion on the motion if needed, but.
Okay. Mayor, I will make a motion that we approve Elise Mortensen West, Steve Kemp, and Ray Draper for the Planning Commission appointments.
Second.
For those 2-year terms, right? Okay. Who was the second, Michelle?
Me.
Any discussion on the motion?
Great people.
They know our community well. They're both involved in business and a lot of other things, and have served in other ways, I think, in my opinion. So, and both very excited to serve in this, by the way. In fact, Elise, would you mind just saying a couple words? Let's unmute Elise.
Well, first off, when you get a message from the mayor that he wants to talk to you, whatever it is, you're going to say yes. And it's kind of like, back in the day when you just say yes to the bishop, whatever he asks you. But I think that most importantly is this incredible opportunity to serve the community, because St. George has my heart on so many levels. And I've lived here 12 years and have met so many remarkable people, and feel that it's really, I'm just super honored to be able to serve on the Planning Commission. So thank you for the invitation and for your support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Elise. Steve Kemp, anything you'd like to say?
Honestly, Mayor, I appreciate your call, and for me, I was a little more hesitant.
Because he knows it's work.
So, but I think we've got a great city council. The members of the Planning Commission that I'm familiar with, I think are doing a good job, and I look forward to helping move that process forward. We have, I've lived in St. George my whole life. I love St. George. I've always told people that I work with, there's two kinds of people. There's people that live in St. George and people that wish they lived in St. George. So, and a lot of them are moving here right now. So true. I look forward. Thank you for the confidence.
Thank you, Steve. I know that I should have had us hear from them first, but any comments from the council on the motion?
Steve,
go ahead, Jimmy.
Don't be hesitant. Don't be hesitant, Steve. You'll do nothing but make friends and make everyone happy. Nothing to worry about.
That's what I figured. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Good. Right on, Jimmy. All in favor of the motion then to appoint Elise West, Steve Kemp, and to reappoint Ray Draper to the Planning Commission for 2-year terms, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so I'll call on you. Jimmy?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
And I believe Brian's not with us today, correct? I believe he was going to be out of town. So thank you. That carries unanimously. Elise and Steve, our staff will be in contact with you so that they can give you some rapid training, and your first meeting will be in January. Thanks
Wonderful.
so much.
Thank you so much.
All righty.
Thank you.
Okay. And now we'll go back and go to comments from the public. This is a little trickier. I haven't received any indication that there were comments. And again, these are comments that would be unrelated to any agenda items on this meeting or likely upcoming meetings. Christina, have you received anything, or do you see anything? I don't see anything on the chat, but does anyone have any comments of a general nature from the public? I'm watching the chat. I don't see any hands raised.
As you noted, somebody had called in, so if this person wants to comment, they can dial *9 and it will raise his hand.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any, so we will go to the next item, Adam, which I believe is the consent calendar. Anything you would say on that?
It is. We've just got the 4 items on the consent calendar tonight, and I want to make sure we did have an issue come up earlier, and I wanted to communicate it to the council. Item B on the consent calendar with regards to the Bandit Hills Trail and Underpass project. I think I would just note on that we've still got a few more things that are outstanding with legal, and so that one would just be subject to final legal approval. But otherwise, these items are all ready to go.
Thank you. Council, any questions or items A, B, C, or D that you would like further information on or to have removed from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'd accept a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar with the noted addition to item B.
Second.
Motion by Greg and a close second. I'll give it to Jimmy this time. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, starting with Danielle,
Aye.
Michelle,
Aye.
Greg,
Aye.
Jimmy.
Aye.
There we go. Motion carries unanimously. All right, number 3.
Okay, item 3, this is a public hearing. We want to take input tonight on our impact fee analyses and the impact fee ordinance and our impact fee facilities plans. We are joined by Jason Birmingham and Fred Philpott with Lewis Young Robertson Birmingham. And you're familiar somewhat with this topic. We just discussed it a couple of weeks ago in depth. And so we do want to hold a public hearing and get feedback tonight. As noted in the background, there is a 90-day wait period before any impact fee increases would be assessed. Tonight, the options in front of the council after the presentation and the public comment, the council can approve, deny, or modify any of the proposed impact fees. And once they are approved, if they are approved tonight, then again, that 90-day wait period would be the clock would begin ticking on that. So we have asked Fred with Lewis Young Robertson Birmingham to give us a quick presentation as an overview on this, primarily for the benefit of those who may be attending for the first time, might not be familiar with impact fees. And so council, if you're okay, we'd like to go ahead and ask Fred to be able to put his presentation on the screen. And then Deanna Berklasich, also our budget manager. Deanna, I don't know if there are any other comments you wanted to make prior to the presentation, or if we're ready to have Jason and Fred go ahead and take over.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Adam and Mayor and City Council. I did just want to make a couple of quick comments in that I want to thank my coworkers, the department heads, and all their management teams and their consultants for helping with this project. It has been, we started this project around August of 2018. We typically update our impact fees around every 6 years. We use a 6 to 10 year horizon. So we do typically follow that pattern of the update, and the departments actually start, it's quite a lengthy process. They do start with a master plan that goes to a build out, and then they do narrow that down to a 6 to 10 year horizon with a impact fee facility plan, and we prepare the study from that point. But I just wanted to give you that background and let you know that this is something that we've been working on for a little while, and we did have a little bit of a downtime with COVID, and then we reinitiated the whole process. But just to give you a little bit of background on how this has come up to this point. And so I'll just go ahead and let Jason go forward with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee.
Well, good evening, and thank you for allowing us just a few minutes to introduce the public hearing topic. Mayor, members of the council, citizens, residents, and others who are interested. We appreciate this chance. I think Adam and Dee have done a good job at kind of setting the stage. We had a work session, as you recall, with the City Council a number of weeks ago, where in detail we went over each one of the parks, public safety, transportation, water, sewer, storm, and also the energy impact fees. These impact fees have been in place with the city for many years. So these are not a new fee on development, but it is a new update in terms of the proposed changes. The guiding principles, I'm just going to go through this presentation quickly, and Fred and I are certainly available to answer any questions, but one of the primary guidelines or purposes of this is to ensure that the existing capacity of the system improvement, a capital facility improvement, that we understand how it is being impacted by new development activity, whether that be a roadway improvement, whether it be a storage tank, or even a park. Each of those require us to look at what new development activity, and that means both commercial and residential and other types of land uses, but to identify what types of impacts they create. And specifically, the second item there is to identify the anticipated impact on system improvements. Now, system improvements are much different than localized or what we would consider more subdivision-oriented improvements, which are really intended primarily for just a small geographical area that it served. And as we look at these system improvements, we look at the need for new facilities, in some cases to be expanded, so that a level of service can be met and maintained by the city. And then, of course, the last bullet point is really how does that all proportionally work relative to those current residents and businesses versus the new development activity. So I think the best way to always describe impact fees is really more of an art than a science, but it does require certain things under the statute to proportionally and equitably look at what impact new development has on the facilities. And in some cases, we have existing facilities that still have capacity, but oftentimes we need new facilities in order to accommodate that. So the impact fee process we described before includes kind of two major documents, an impact fee facilities plan, and then also an impact fee analysis. The facilities plan, as the D described, is typically a subset of a master plan document and even a capital facilities project document. And it's engineering by nature in some cases, water, sewer, roads, but it's an anticipation of what new growth will create in terms of demand specific to those facilities. And like I said, water, sewer, roads, each one of these impact fees. The impact fee analyses is a companion document which has been available for public inspection for the past few weeks. And that is basically taking the impact fee facilities plan and looking at how the manner in which those facilities are going to be financed and the timing in which they're going to be financed, and then coming up with a calculation based on the land use impact for each one of those components. So the impact fee analysis is in essence the calculation that sets the fee. I won't go into a lot of detail, but just as a reminder, some of the critical steps that we've taken is to look at what service area exists for each one of these facilities. In most cases, the service area is broad and it includes the entire city. For a couple, well, at least one in particular, the energy is contiguous with the service area of the city. So it doesn't cover where the other rural electric utility covers, it just covers where the city provides that service. But we look at the demand, and that goes from everything from storage capacity to roadway and ability, connectivity, and a certain standard for a level of road congestion that is accepted as a level of service. But once we kind of gather all that data, we look at the growth potential within the community. We look at those plotted subdivisions, plats, other types of activity that we understand are going to be imminent. And based on those growth factors, the impact fee facility plan looks at, okay, do we have enough existing resources to meet those demands? If we do, then that capacity is addressed in the impact fees. To the extent that the IFFP, determines that, well, there's not enough storage capacity, so we're going to have to build new water storage, or we're going to have to build new roadways or new infrastructure in any of these categories. That would be what we determine to be future capital facilities. And once we add those components together, then we look at the reality of, well, how do you finance these improvements over the next 6 to 10 years, recognizing that impact fee is only one source potentially to offset some of these project costs. Right now in the process, we've gone through all of the noticing and all of the initial presentation with the council. We've had some good, we believe, good input and feedback from the Home Builders Association and others who have expressed interest in looking through the documents. We've gone through, as you know, the noticing process for the public hearing. Everything has been dutifully, I guess, followed in terms of making sure the notices were on the public notice website, as well as the city's website, and I think also the publication that was provided. And so tonight's purpose really is the culmination of those elements, to look at the impact fees, the facility plans, and then also in front of the council tonight will be an ordinance that has been drafted that would be what ultimately would be considered if the council decides to proceed forward. It would be considered as an ordinance to be adopted, which would enact new fees relative to each one of those. The ones that we've analyzed, as you can see again here, are parks and recreation. That includes trails, open space, public safety, police, fire, and emergency medical services, transportation, roadways, water, sewer, stormwater, and energy services. So maybe quickly to just kind of jump to where we left at the last work session. What we have here is a summary table. Now, each of the detailed impact fees and the calculations and the IFFP are all consolidated into those individual documents that have been available to the public. But just as a summary, to put it in context of where the fees are being proposed, what we have determined are the maximum supportable impact fees that could be levied. We've also contrasted that or compared it to what was adopted back in 2014. So that's the existing column. So for purposes of comparison here, we've used a single family residential unit, low density. So it's single family homes. It's a 1 ERU, so an ERU abbreviated for an equivalent residential user, 3/4 inch meter type for water service, 200 amp residential service for energy, electricity, and subject to local and regional sewer fees. So as you can tell, based on the updated costs of the IFFP and the updated 6 to 10 year horizon and the way in which these projects will be financed, will move the parks impact fee as recommended to increase by 120% change, or the amount of $2,609. So it would go from $2,100, $2,182 to $4,790. Each of those similarly. Police proposed to go to $95 per single family dwelling unit, up slightly from $86, so 11% or a $9 change. Fire, we are seeing quite a bit of an increase, 68% or $130. The stormwater is recommended for a single family to go to $781 from $512. So that's a 53% increase or $269. Sewer is a slight increase, 42% again, and $446. So proposed to go from $1,000 to $1,516. The water talked about as well, almost $2,000 from the current fee of $1,200. Power, about a 7% increase or a dollar change of $305. And then transportation, probably the largest percentage increase is relative to the roadway master plan and impact fee facilities plan, and going from $900 right now to a proposed $2,188 or 142% increase. So overall, we are recommending that the maximum supportable could be increased by 55%. Now put that in context, in 2014, the fee was at $10,659. In 2020-21, we're recommending that goes to a total of about just under $16,500. So although the 55% might appear to be maybe a rather large increase, we look at it from a true cost over year increase when you consider the cost of construction inflation or the cost of even maintaining these. We look at the 55% and recognize that that's probably only just staying kind of current with where the dollar cost of these improvements have moved from 2014 to 2020-21. So with that, that's the fee structure. I think this last slide is just a kind of a preface, I think, for those that might have some public hearing and might wonder what the next steps are. As I mentioned before, all of these fees are detailed in the impact fee analyses, the impact fee facility plans, and also the ordinance, all of which have been available, I think, vis-a-vis the website of the city. Tonight, the council, after they receive the public hearing, Mayor, you can either adopt the impact fee ordinance as is outlined and proposed for each one of the facilities or each one of the fees. So you can adopt all of them, or you could potentially table all of them or some of them or one or two of them. We do want to point out that, as Adam mentioned at the first of this, the statute does indicate that it's a 90-day kind of wait period, meaning that if we were to adopt whatever fees were adopted tonight as of this date are not truly effective. Those fees do not become effective on new development until March 3rd of 2021. So any fee that would be tabled would similarly be pushed out 90 days from whenever it's enacted. So hopefully that reminds us, everyone, the council and others who were in the previous meetings and who have reviewed the documents of kind of what the background is here. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you, and Fred and I are certainly here to answer or address any questions if the public has any.
Thank you, Jason. First of all, I'll turn to the council. Any questions that you have for Jason or Fred? And of course, if you have questions later, we can address them at that point. I'm not seeing any at the moment. So let's do this. Let's open the public hearing at this time. For those that may like to express some input or ask questions about this item, which is number 3 on our agenda, the impact fee facilities plan and the impact fee analysis, and the forthcoming, if the council chooses to, impact fee ordinance. What we'll need to do is kind of do this. Maybe we can do it. I don't know. Do we want to do by raising hands in the Zoom? Can we do it that way, James? Or the chat?
That way, or we can look for the comments in chat.
Okay.
We also take the PowerPoint down.
Yeah, let's take the PowerPoint down at this point. Thank you, Michelle. Then we can see people if they're waving wildly as well.
We usually don't allow people to turn on their video outside the council and speakers.
Okay.
Mayor, I did see on chat that Mari wanted to make a comment.
Okay. Yep, I see that now too. So let's unmute Mari Krashowitz, the president of Southern Utah Home Builders Association. Is that working yet?
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I've tried to start my video, but I guess, oh, here we go. Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Mari.
Nice to see you virtually. Yes, well, first of all, I appreciate Mayor and the council and city staff for giving us an opportunity to make a public comment this evening. I do want to read a few comments. Again, we appreciate that you've involved SUBA and our representatives in this process. It has gone very fast as far as once the studies were released. I know we started this earlier in the year, but due to COVID, it was put on hold for a while. So as far as reviewing the studies, we really haven't had that much time to review them, but I do want to make some general comments, and then I have a request at the end. So I'd like to start. The home building industry is not against impact fees. We know they are necessary to maintain our quality of life and support new growth. We bring up some points so elected officials and city staff can consider these points when making important decisions, whether to increase impact fees to the recommended maximum allowable or a partial increase, or consider not increasing at all. What we are concerned about is a significant proposed increase of 55% or $5,840. This is a substantial increase. The current fee is $10,660. As proposed, it would increase to almost $16,500. When you combine this with the water district fee, which is going to $11,417 beginning January 1st, total impact fees will be close to $30,000 in St. George City. If you find a building lot for $150,000 combined with impact fees, you are near $180,000 before you even move any dirt. This has a direct impact on housing affordability. With increasing impact fees, who does it impact the most? Impact fees are not prorated based on the size of a home. A new first-time home buyer will pay relatively the same impact fee on a 1,600 square foot home compared to someone who is building a larger 4,000 square foot home. So we have to ask ourselves, who buys the smaller homes? It's the first-time home buyers, the newlyweds, the seniors on a fixed income, police officers, school teachers, service workers, single moms and dads. That is who we are impacting in a negative way by increasing impact fees. We are hearing more and more often about the crisis in Utah, about not having adequate attainable housing for those that need it most. This problem is a reality. I currently serve on the Housing Action Coalition, and that's one of the things we've been working on. I know that the cities, including City of St. George, has to have an affordable housing plan approved every year. And so this is a reality here in our area. So as of 2020, the median new home price in Utah statewide is $390,054. In St. George, it's $452,726. Based on the National Association of Home Builders study, for every 1,000 price increase to a home in Utah, it will price out 1,554 households. It is 69 households in St. George. If you take the 55% increase to impact fees, or 5840, we will price out 414 households. This means 414 families will no longer be able to afford a home in St. George if the proposed impact fee increases are approved. So please consider this when you're making your decision. We recognize some increases are necessary, especially related to fire, police, energy, sewer, and stormwater. Even those fees are increasing, we recognize the need and we support these. When we are requesting, what we are requesting, and we actually made a formal request about this before, we would request that you delay a decision on your parks, transportation, and water impact fees. Our group of representatives, we have some real concerns and direct questions that we would like more time to meet with city representatives to review and discuss further. For example, just some thoughts, especially related to parks impact fees. Have you done a feasibility study to show eligible funding resources to cover operation and maintenance costs for new parks? Of course, those are not included in impact fees. From our review, there is a shortfall from revenue collected based on project costs. Is it sustainable based on the general fund? In our opinion and research, the general fund cannot sustain the operation of all the proposed park projects. Within the park study, 200 million is proposed for parks, and we feel this is a significant number. Can we get a detailed report showing the proposed projects and facilities? Is a community center or sports complex included? We understand that a parks master plan was completed based on community response. Would the community be willing to pay for more parks through voting for a bond, similar to what was done for the softball complex, tennis courts, soccer fields, etc.? Existing residents can benefit greatly from a new proposed facility. And again, we're not saying it's included in that 200 million. We would just like to know a detailed list on that. Also, we want to mention that biking and walking trails are more popular than participation in community centers. Community centers are very expensive to maintain. Trails are significantly less to build and maintain. Can these be considered as a replacement of other facilities? And then another comment is developers actually donate land and some pay for the build costs for community parks. We're not referring to neighborhood parks that they already donate, but for community system-wide parks. What specific community park land acquisition costs are included? From our review, land acquisition is obtained by developers donating majority of the land. So just in closing, as mentioned earlier, we do support necessary improvements and impact fees in our community to maintain our quality of life and support new growth. We are not arguing that. This is a key to growing and a healthy economy. We are concerned with ever increasing impact fees are quickly pricing out our children and grandchildren out of the housing market in Washington County. I'd like each one of you to think about, do you have a personal experience of someone who wants to purchase a home in Washington County, but they've moved away because they can't afford it. They can't find affordable housing. Impact fees are a big expense like land costs and building materials, labor costs, etc. Those costs we don't have control over. Impact fees, as a council, you do have control over that. You can make the difference. And so I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mari. Let's go to Drake Howell from Cole West Home.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity of having this chance to speak in this public hearing. It's a pleasure doing business in your city. We just are wrapping up our development up at the Ledges, the escapes at the Ledges, and have had great success up there. And we are just opening up our subdivision in the Desert Color Master Plan community. We're very excited about that community and look forward to many, many more years working in the city of St. George. There's so much to love about the city. And I appreciate the opportunity just to speak a moment in this hearing. I agree with everything that Mari just reviewed with the mayor and the council, and appreciate the great work that she and her staff do for the builders in this market. Just a few notes. I recognize in these public hearings that we don't want to be redundant, and so I'll try to carve my comments out to a little bit different from what Mari just presented, and certainly not to the level of professionalism that Mari just shared with us. Thanks again, Mari. Just a quick word on the parks. Mari did mention this, but it seems like the parks of the future are more akin to trailheads that provide access to amazing trails, as opposed to expansive grassy areas that are typical of kind of the traditional parks of our past. It's not uncommon to drive by a park, a traditional park, and see ample parking available, and kind of in contrast, drive by a trailhead in the area and see that it's just overrun with cars at that trailhead. And so that's just a quick note on the emphasis of what our parks and our leisure services are focusing on. And I think it speaks directly to the cost of impact on parks and leisure services. The cost of a trailhead is much less significant than a cost of the traditional park that we are familiar with. I recommend, as Mari did, to push pause on enacting anything on the park and the transportation and the water fees. And on the other fees, I would recommend and ask that if you approve those, that you consider maybe something just less than the full recommended maximum allowable increase. I just want to applaud the city on how it worked with Switchpoint on its recent Riverwalk project. I don't know all the nitty-gritty details, but from what I do know, it appears that the city worked with Switchpoint in either postponing or waiving impact fees entirely on the project if there were certain conditions that were met. Obviously, the Riverwalk project is an attainable housing project that is in huge need in the city with the cost of housing that Mari so well summarized. I would give some attention to the idea for the city to seriously consider some type of a graduated scale of impact fees so that attainable housing may be able to be more realistic. There's an emphasis on proportionality in all these impact fee studies. I don't believe that local wages have increased 55% over the last 6 years. I haven't got my fingers on the actual data. I'll continue to look into that, but my gut just tells me we have not seen 55% wage increases from 2014 to 2020. On the other hand, material costs like lumber have significantly increased. Land values continue to just expand and increase dramatically. Wages do not follow that same trajectory, so there is an inherent disproportional pressure on local people, on local residents being able to afford new construction. Therefore, in my opinion, it opens up the area to more consumers coming from out of state where there is currently a higher cost of living. It's easier for them to afford something here. And we all know that there's a common thought of of not wanting to become like some of these out of state communities. I understand, I'm a builder, I'm a developer. We obviously love those consumers, but in proportion. And if there is a way in some analysis that Birmingham could put together or some other professional that could create a graduated scale so that the lots that are on a smaller scale or multifamily housing or even single family lots that are on a smaller scale could pay a smaller amount of that impact, while larger lots or higher valued homes would be able to pay a larger proportion of that impact. In our opinion, in my opinion, that seems to be reasonable. It seems to be proportional. And I recognize that there are studies that are already prepared and already in front of you for approval tonight, and that would create some rework and some potentially expansive kind of studying and researching and analysis. But I think it only behooves us to ask ourselves, is it possible to create a graduated impact? I think there is something that separates multifamily to single family detached, but I think even within the single family detached, there's some granular study that could be done to make it that much more affordable for builders to build in the city and make attainable housing. There's no question on the large lots, on the large homes, we have a lot of cheddar, and those impact fees do not affect our ability to build and to sell those and make money on that, which is our business. On the other hand, on the smaller lots, it's that much more difficult when those impact fees are the same to be able to incent us or make it worth the while of a builder or developer to make those available to the market. We understand new growth pays for new growth, but we want to remind everyone that new growth means, in addition to these out-of-state people, it does mean our children, and it does mean our seniors who want to stay in town or move back to the area once they've retired. Again, appreciate so much the opportunity to share some thoughts and share some suggestions with you, and appreciate our partnership with the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Drake. Let's go to Austin Anderson, using Amy's name here, but Austin from
Sorry, I'm not very techy, so I wasn't sure how to get my name on there, but I had a few comments, and I've had several builders, residents reach out to me regarding this, and I want to start with the parks. For one, I mean, a 120% increase seems very extreme. And I have some residents here in Bloomington where I live, and we have one park, Christensen Park, that was built mainly by residents of Bloomington, a lot of donations done. And, I practice my Little League team there. My neighbors practice their football teams there. And it was kind of a slap in the face during the COVID. We went to practice football there, and the city's rented out the park to people from Las Vegas in the middle of a pandemic. And we're asking our residents to pay $5,000 for parks, and then maybe we can't even use the park. I don't agree with that. I just leave it at that. And I look at, as high as our housing is getting in this community, we're pricing out the lower income buyers to an extreme amount where I think the city needs to look at, maybe a person would rather be in a home and not have a park or not have a grandiose museum or whatever. Maybe they'd rather have and live in an apartment. Maybe they'd rather have a home and not have all those features. So I think we need to look into that a little bit. And the other comment I had was on the storm sewer. As most of you know now, the city's requiring low impact development on all of our new subdivisions. We're required to retain almost all of our stormwater. So with those, and it's an extreme cost sent out to the developers and the homeowners. It's hard to imagine that with those new regulations, that our stormwater is going up. The impact should be less to the city with the construction we're doing now. So I think Mr. Birmingham said it best. This is an art, not a science. I think this increase proves it's an art, and I think we need to use a little more science, maybe a little more time to digest this and see if we can come up with some better methods. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's see. Steve Kemp makes a comment on the chat about we got detailed information on fees per residential home. Can the consultants give us an idea about the total impact fee for some sample commercial buildings? For example, a 20,000 square foot office building or retail building, or a 40,000 square foot industrial building. Is there anything that you can help us with on that on the fly, Fred or Jason?
Yes, I just posed that question to Fred. I'm not sure if he got that a few minutes ago, but you know, I think that's something we could fairly quickly calculate. One point I'd make while he's kind of looking at that, I think that has been a good observation, is the demand is predicated upon the impacts that we can measure. So while we agree that it would seem intuitive to say, well, a larger single family dwelling unit, whether that's lot size or just home size, you know, that might have some factors on some of the impact fees. But oftentimes we don't know how many residents are going to live within a dwelling unit. Even with a big home, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have more individuals necessarily living in that home. In fact, we've seen in some cases where, you know, there have been rather large homes that, you know, in terms of those who are actually residing in it, may not be as big as, you know, a more medium-sized home that's, you know, family oriented. And so some of the impacts are driven more by population or per capita, while other impact fees, for instance, on water or sewer, a lot of times that's driven more by connection. You know, what kind of capacity is built into the system, whether that's fire flow or, you know, other elements, whether that's irrigation for large lots, et cetera. But most of those times, those are driven by the meter size that's put in there. And so that's how an ERU is determined there. So I guess one comment has been made, you know, is there a way to look at residential in a different way? Typically, most cities do look at it differently. Single family is kind of one category, and then multifamily, townhomes, other development units are treated maybe a little differently in terms of some impacts. So there are certainly some things that can be looked at there, but in some cases it does come back to the difficulty of, we don't know how many residents are going to necessarily be living in a home. And if some of the, you know, impacts are driven by that demand, you know, we've kind of gone with an average household per unit. And those categories are usually single family versus multifamily. So with that, Fred, do you have a?
Yeah. So we with the help of Deanna, we prepared a comparison of impact fees, and we just had the commercial category. So that's what I have on hand. But looking at commercial fees, they're typically assessed on a per 1,000 square feet basis of building space. So you would look at that building size and divide it by 1,000 and multiply it by the fee per unit. When we look at the fees that would be assessed, park impact fees are not assessed to non-residential. The other remaining fees, the challenge with commercial is it has to do with, some of the variables have to do with meter size versus per 1,000 square feet of space. So looking at kind of the general impact fees, when you take out energy, per 1,000 square feet, you'd be at about 14,265. But again, for water, wastewater, you're actually charged on a meter size. And so we assumed a 1-inch meter under that fee assessment. So that's where it gets hard to actually just do a general comparison of a commercial building based on size, because it has to do with what size of meter we would assume and what the panel size would be for the energy. But the table that was created, in essence, what we assumed 1,000 square feet for fire, 1,000 square feet for police, a meter size of a 1-inch meter for water and wastewater, and then a panel size for energy. The panel size that we assumed was a 3-phase 400 amp. When you added that up, it produced a fee of about $40,500. There's a little bit less than that. But again, some of those would scale up as the building got larger on a per 1,000 square foot basis, and depending on the meter size. So it just gets challenging to make that kind of generalized comparison, because the answer is it depends on meter size, panel size, and building square footage.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your help, Fred, in that. And then let's go to Stacy Young, who would like to make a comment. And then I believe it's probably Brett Burgess. So Stacy.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving me a chance to make a couple of comments. I'll be fairly brief. I'd like to really echo the prior comments, especially in terms of really encouraging a little bit of a pause on a couple of the impact fees, in particular the higher increases, the parks and the transportation in particular. For a couple of reasons, I've tried to spend as much time as I've been able to carve out to read through the studies and so forth, and there's just a lot there to digest, and we haven't had a whole lot of time with those documents. And I think Deanna mentioned, I think there's been a two-plus year process, and so there's just a lot of information to try to get our arms around to make sure we understand really what is being proposed at the nuts and bolts level. Just to give you a couple of examples of questions that have surfaced for me as I've dug into those in terms of the process of how they were put together. One is trying to match up to see how the projections fit together across the various departments and across the town. So for instance, are we assuming the same areas of growth and the same pace of growth across the different parts of town, so that for example, the transportation impact fees are being imposed in lockstep with the parks, et cetera. I haven't been able to figure that out. The real concern though is I think the one that others have mentioned, which is really on outcome here. And clearly the fee increase does not affect all houses equally. A more expensive house can bear the cost of this more easily than a more affordable one. And I think the other point I would make about the impact is that the impact in many cases is not so much how many people are in a household, but the pattern of development actually has a huge impact on this. So for instance, Little Valley, we all know and love so well, that development pattern, because it is 100% larger lot single family homes, kills the feasibility of most civic and commercial uses nearby. And so the impact on the transportation system of that development pattern is completely disparate compared to more fine-grained, higher density mixture of housing types that enable some of those other uses. And so I think there's just a lot to digest here in terms of what the consequences of this could be, and I really think it does behoove us all to take just a beat longer to think through some of these consequences. So with that, I'll thank you for your time.
Thanks, Stacy. Brett says in the chat that for the sake of time and respect for all involved, his comments would be the same as those raised. I'm not sure I need to speak. Brett, if you change your mind, let me know. We'll go on to, looks like Troy Entz. Like to make some comments. Good evening, Troy.
Good evening. Yeah, Troy Entz with Entz Homes. I don't want to take a lot of time. I just wanted to reiterate a lot of the things that have just been said. I totally agree with Austin and the parks. That's kind of a whole separate issue, but I totally agree with that and have seen that happening also. But the parks, transportation, and then stormwater, those are my three biggest issues with it as I kind of reviewed through it. Stormwater, with all the changes that we have with stormwater now and how we have to retain everything, I just don't quite understand the increases, and maybe I just need to understand that better. But overall, for those three things, I would hope that the council will take this into consideration and not do the full amounts, especially for these three that we're really concerned about. Not to mention that what everybody else has talked about, and everyone knows what's going on with pricing of houses. Like, there's no way my kids are going to be able to buy houses as newlyweds and young people. It's really getting ridiculous. So I hope the council will take that into consideration too, but that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? I'm not seeing any others in the chat. Okay. Just looking to make sure I'm not missing any. Then what I'll do, I'll close the public hearing at this time. I'd like to have, in the way of kind of starting a little bit of discussion, I'd like to have Deanna or Adam just make any comments, because in particular, Deanna, I know you're very close to all this. Any comments that you would make that might be helpful in the council's decision tonight about some of these comments?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate all the comments from Mari, Stacy, Brett, and Troy, and so forth. I don't know if I'm capturing everyone's name. As far as the growth assumptions, we did use a conservative growth assumption. Population, we used the Utah Governor's Office of Management and Budget, and it was 3.61% to calculate the growth projections, which is a lot less than what we're actually experiencing. We also used a conservative inflation on the construction of 2%, which is quite a bit less than what we're experiencing as well. One of the things that I respect everybody's comments as well, but one of the things that I wanted to point out is in 2006, between 2006 and 2014, we actually had a fee reduction. So this is really the first increase in total that we'll see in the residential impact fees since 2006. And so over that timeline, I think we've, been pretty prudent in the amounts that we've charged. I don't know if there's anything more to add from my perspective, but.
Well, thank you, Dee. Adam, anything that you'd like to add at this point?
Yeah, and first I would just say that I appreciate the public comment that was made. I think it's great. We count on the home builders as our partners in the growth of the city, and hopefully we're working well together. We've tried to make great efforts to involve them from the very beginning on this process, and so I think it's valuable to have that feedback. There's a couple of comments that I would make. As far as housing affordability, I think everybody understands that that's an issue. Impact fees, of course, are a very small part of the overall price of a home. There are a lot of other pain points, I would say, in calculating the overall cost of a home that we're not addressing. And I think those should be addressed. But those are outside the scope of this discussion tonight. But I think it's fair to say that impact fees are just one small piece of the puzzle when we're talking about affordable housing. I do think, again, it's worth emphasizing why we charge impact fees to begin with. These pay for infrastructure that is required to support the new homes that are being built. This is not money that's coming into the city as profit that we're just spreading around and throwing at random projects here and there. This is infrastructure money that these homes have to have. Again, I would offer to the home building community, if you'd like to build that infrastructure on your own without impact fees, I am open to having that discussion. I think that would be wonderful if they want to step up and do that. But I think this is by far the fairest way to get that infrastructure built. The best way that we could look at this whole process and determine if it's fair is to start with the facilities plans themselves and actually look at the projects that are listed in there and then identify which of these projects do we not need for future growth. So far, I have not heard of a single project that has been questioned in any of those plans. And so I think we need to rely on that very heavily. We need to rely on our experts to say, these are water tanks, sewer facilities, storm drain facilities, et cetera, all throughout our city that we have to have. They're essential to this new growth. If there are facilities on there that are debatable, then let's have that conversation. I haven't heard that yet. Perhaps again, with the exception of parks, which has been raised tonight. But I would ask any of you, ask your neighbors, do any of your neighbors feel like we have too many parks in the city of St. George? Is our park standard undesirable? I think you'll get a unanimous response that our park system is one of the things that makes St. George desirable, makes St. George unique and as great as it is. And if we were to change that level of service, that's totally up to that's up to the council. I think we've got a pretty good thing going here as far as the type of community that we want to live in, and I think the parks are an essential part of that. But again, this goes back to infrastructure that is required by new growth. And, we have to remember that if this infrastructure doesn't get built, then no more homes. It's pretty simple. And I think that's the situation that we find ourselves in. And Deanna made a good point about the last time that these impact fees really increased. I think that if we were to compare the overall price of housing, construction materials, we would find that these fee increases are very much in line. Remember, these fee increases represent construction costs at the end of the day. They represent, like I said, water tanks and electric substations. The cost for all of those projects has gone up dramatically. And now finally in 2020, we're saying, hey, it's way overdue. We've got to update our impact fees because the cost of this infrastructure has increased significantly, just like the price of housing over time. I think that's enough for now.
Thank you, Adam. You said it very well, and this is difficult. It's very difficult. I think we appreciate the situation as it relates to attainable, affordable, whatever the word is today, housing. Jimmy is well aware of that with his assignments that he has with the Housing Authority and Switch Point and the local homeless coordinating council. Shirlane Quayle, I thought I saw you join the meeting. Are you on still? Yes. Can you unmute yourself, Shirlane? And would you just speak to a couple of things, we talked about in the last few days. In fact, we just submitted, it was referred to, our moderate income housing plan required by the state. We just submitted that on December 1st, and Council Shirlane will present at least the high points of that to us in an upcoming work meeting, along with the city manager. But Shirlane, any comments you would make just in terms of, especially, again, it was referred to the hack, I believe it's called, and some of the ideas about what we can do in addition to always focusing on impact fees, which is an easy target, I recognize. But can you just comment on a few of the other things that we may be talking about in the near future with the council for their consideration?
Yeah, you bet. You bet. Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate having the opportunity to chat. I think that everything that Mari and our home builders brought up are considerations to think about. Those are things that have been discussed in the Housing Action Coalition. We really, I appreciate, and I think the county appreciates everybody coming together as a part of that group and really trying to find solutions that help us build more attainable housing. Honestly, the Home Builders Association was one of the first ones to step out and hack and say, look, we can't only focus on impact fees. Let's stop talking about just that and let's move beyond that and talk about other things. And so in the big conversation, I do want to recognize that they're very willing to be partners in that discussion and really come to the table with solutions. So on the city's side, we are always just looking at other creative ways. What things can we do? What do we have? What tools do we have available to us to be able to address attainable housing? And that is exactly what the Housing Action Coalition is meant to do. That's what we set it up to do. It is, there are no boundaries in terms of what can be addressed and what can be thought about. And so we're thinking about things like, can we create an attainable housing zone or overlay zone that would help us to preserve some of those prices and maybe give some opportunity for incentives and compromises all around the board, for attainable housing in our city. I can't even speak to what that might look like because it's an idea that's only come up in the last little while, but that's an example of some things that we're talking about within, the city departments to say, how do each of us address this issue? We know we have to have the infrastructure. We know that we have to charge impact fees. We know that, we all know that. Beyond the city, we know that. But there are other tools and we're constantly looking at what those are. And we're also doing that in conversations and very transparently with the rest of the community. And so I feel like, tonight we're talking about the impact fees. And I think it's important for all of us to also remember that that is one piece of the puzzle. And we've all kind of said that we're all actively working to look at innovative ways to, build buildings and use materials in new ways and introduce our students into getting creative and how we think about these things, because some of us have been doing it for years. And so those are some of the conversations that are going on in HAC and continuing to learn. There are a lot of best practices around the country and around the globe, in fact, of how we can learn from what other communities are doing to address this problem too. Mayor, I don't know if that's exactly what you were looking for, but that's what comes to mind.
Yeah, that gets us kind of, I think, some concepts there that, again, we'll talk about more in the near future. There have been a couple, I see David Nielsen wanted to comment. The public hearing is closed, David. If you want to put whatever comments you have in the chat that are different from what have been mentioned so far, we'd be happy to let you speak. If they're the same, I think we've gathered the general gist of the various home builders. Also, I'd like to go to Mari made a statement in there. And again, the public hearing is over, folks, and we don't really monitor the chat as a form of public comment. But in the spirit of trying to address concerns tonight, I'd like to have Deanna respond to those questions because they were raised also in Mari's initial comments. So Deanna, would you just speak to those comments about the ability or not to be able to afford things?
Sure, I'll go ahead and address that. So Mari asked about if everyone can see the chat, I will read it. Wondering about the general fund being able to pay for the operation and maintenance of the parks, and that would the public be willing to vote and approve a bond to pay for the parks, that they want them, but are they willing to pay for it? To address the operation and maintenance component, that is one concern that we would always have from one budget season to the next budget season, of how we're going to fund our parks. As we build new parks, we do have to add some employees. We do look at parks or facilities that are more low maintenance, such as trails and trailheads, that don't take the higher operating cost. And but that's all weighted along with forecasts of where we foresee our general fund revenues coming in. And our general fund revenues are predominantly comprised of sales tax and property tax, franchise tax, and other revenues that we have come in. There's quite a dynamic mix of revenues that will increase from year to year, just as we have more houses and more businesses and so forth. So we weight that along with our demands on our services and so forth. And we are typically able to fund a certain number of parks to come on from year to year to year. However, we do look at the dynamics there. And in some years, we'll encourage more building towards the low maintenance trails and trailheads and so forth. So I will say that is always an ongoing concern, as with anything that we're adding to our general fund budget, whether it be public safety or streets or what have you. We have to balance that all accordingly. As far as the question about the bonds, we did have the GO bonds back in 1996 and 1998 that helped us construct a lot of our facilities around the St. George area that we all still enjoy today. However, bonds will only pay for bricks and mortar, just like impact fees. The bonds will not pay for the ongoing costs of those facilities. Again, we would have to rely on the more sales taxes and property taxes in order to have those, in order to operate those facilities. So they're issuing bonds is pretty much on the same level as our impact fees and so forth would go, as far as building bricks and mortar only, but not necessarily providing any operating funds for us. So hopefully that answers the questions there for Maury.
I think it does. Thank you. Adam, did you have another comment?
Yeah, just on the parks quickly. I think it's important, and Deanna made a great comment as well. Our parks are a huge economic development engine for this entire county. We know that when people are here visiting, they're spending money in our restaurants, our hotels, and the resorts, all of our shopping centers. They're coming and they're recreating here, and that's one of the reasons they come here. To shortchange our parks, I think, would have long-term consequences, and so we need to be careful about that. There were great comments that were made about the usage of those and having the tournaments and how do we schedule and make sure that local residents can still use the parks that they've helped to pay for. And that's something that we've got to continue to manage on our end as staff. And so we'll continue to do that. I think the concern that was raised earlier was valid, and so we've got to be careful about those kinds of things. But we can't forget the value of the parks to our local economy.
Yeah, well said, Adam. And it's one of those things we did, especially in this year of COVID. We've stretched a few of our facilities a little thin when it comes to some of these out of area tournaments, and some of those that commented, like Austin. That was an unfortunate situation. There was a very specific weekend where a group came in and used one park instead of the two they were supposed to use. And so those kinds of things, hopefully we can remedy and avoid in the future. Also, it's one of those things, and Michelle knows this because she participated yesterday in in a meeting where we're looking at which things do we cancel and which do we keep in our efforts to try to both protect our community in this day of COVID, and our hospital and caregivers, and also to keep things as open as we can. Michelle and Adam, I think we canceled a very largely out-of-state tournament. I think it was softball with, what was it, 120 teams from California. And so we canceled that, didn't we, Michelle?
Actually, it was 300 teams from California, and yes, we canceled it.
We canceled it. Now, here's the thing, over to Adam's point, we're going to upset some hoteliers and others by doing that. But we're really trying to make balanced decisions, not just because of COVID, frankly, but to keep tourism going, and yet to also be fair to our citizens. So it is a balancing act, and once in a while there's a miss. But we also, in lieu of, because we can't do impact fees for everything, but we look to the county occasionally, tourism, and Greg knows this from his past experience. We go to the tourism board and say, hey, we'd like some of those tax dollars back from the hotels, motels, restaurants that we don't get much of. They get about 10 times what we get. And so we get asked for some of those back to help pay for at least some parts of venues, and we'll in terms of like a bike park or fields that have a serious connection to tourism. So impact fees are not funding everything, but we do try to put the appropriate money in the right buckets, if you will, so that we're doing the best we can for our area. And remember that tourism, in a sense, then helps fund some of the things that we get to enjoy year round. Even though there might be a few days where we have to share, maybe more than we'd like to, we still get to enjoy trails, parks, trailheads, all those things year round. And so we want to have a balanced approach and have those visiting help pay for those things, which they are.
Mayor, if I could, also one more comment. Remember, we build a lot of parks. We do a lot of park projects. We spend a lot of money on that. Only a certain number of those projects are impact fee eligible. So we are spending other tax dollars, sales tax dollars, and property tax dollars to build park facilities. The only ones that are associated with this impact fee are the ones, again, that are directly associated with new growth. So we're not taking impact fees and just building parks for existing residents. These are the ones that are tied to that new growth.
Thanks for pointing that out. And Adam, I brought to mind, I'm not aware of, please tell me if there and the council, if there's something on the list, because I didn't see it, in terms of a rec center planned. I don't believe that's on our list. Isn't that right, Dee? Are you aware of a new rec center on the list, the capital list?
There is actually a recreation center on the capital list, but it's further out towards a 6 to 10 year horizon.
So, okay.
So, but what I want to mention in that respect is there's about 200 million worth of eligible facilities. However, the numbers only allow, based upon the number of estimated units that will be built over time and the impact fee, multiplied, factored into that, it only provides for about $65 million worth of funds to go towards the $200 million worth of projects that are on the list as being eligible projects, which pretty much knocks out that community rec center, makes it unfeasible. And we usually do this as a pay-as-you-go. For the park impact fees, we usually wait till we have enough fund balances and then we'll build a park, and then we'll wait till we have enough fund balances. We'd have to wait quite a while before park impact fees alone could fund a community recreation facility. So there's no doubt in my mind that we would have to supplement that facility with some other funding sources. One of the things that Mari mentioned was the geo recreation bond. That would be something that we would probably say we will use a little bit of impact fees for that, and also bonding monies or RAP taxes or something like that towards that type of facility.
Thank you for the clarification. Also, before we go further, there were a couple, I think all the comments, it was mentioned that water and transportation you also had concerns with, and I heard a few comments about it, but I'm wondering if there are specific issues that you can say, kind of to Adam's comments, that you think we should not be doing. Again, I'm getting very different messages from the home builders today than I do from the general public, and even from engineers and so forth, who would say we have in the past undersized some of our infrastructure, and that we ought to be doing more, and that we need to make sure that we're doing all we can for our new infrastructure to do it right. So I guess what I'm looking for is specifically, which roads would you like us to not build? Or which projects would you like to see us not do? And if you can't necessarily do that tonight, I'd ask for that in the future, because we would love to have the input. I think it's critical that we stay on top of and build the proper infrastructure when it comes to drainage, storm drain, sewer drain, all those systems. We've seen just recently with a 600 to 1,000 year flood on October 26th, the overwhelming of our storm drain system in a particular area, and we can't possibly build it, nor would we try to accommodate 1,000-year storm, right, Adam? But I feel like we've certainly got to do it to a standard that it would be acceptable and meet levels that would be considered reasonable and best practice. So I'd welcome that kind of input, because I don't see how we can do any of that without taking into account the increasing costs just as you face, home builders, that we face.
Mayor, can I make a comment?
Please. And I'd love to kind of turn it to the council now for discussion. And if you have questions of staff or the consultants, go ahead, Michelle.
One thing, so obviously the city can't control land prices. That's out of our control. What land costs right now to build a home, or the building costs with lumber and all of that good stuff. The control we have is impact fees. And we also know that housing prices are ridiculous right now, absolutely ridiculous. And you've got people fleeing California that come here that don't bat an eye at our housing prices compared to what they are there. So, it's all such a delicate balancing act. But also, I'd like the home builders to also, when they're building a home or doing these subdivisions, to also take into account the accessory dwelling units that we approved, a year or so ago, that people can have and rent out to a young couple or, an elderly couple or whatever. And then you also have some income coming in to offset your mortgage payment. But that's something that we would like to see more of also. I'm okay with pausing and having a more of a discussion on the park impact fees, but I don't see where we can back off on transportation and water. I don't see it. When the mayor, whenever you're on the radio, John, the biggest complaint and issue that comes up is our roads. And so that's just something I can't see us, you know, needing to have a longer conversation about that, because it's so necessary. And I believe that parks add to our quality of life. But I'm okay to put a pause on that and meet with the builders longer on that if the other council members want to. But those are my 3-4 cents, whatever it's worth. And one thing I do, Adam, could you address something that came up a couple of times, is why the impact fees would be the same on like a 14,000 square foot, a 1,400 square foot home compared to 6,000, or and why we do what we do there. That's all I got.
Thanks, Michelle. Adam?
Yeah, that is a great question. And Jason touched on this earlier, but it is nearly impossible for us to figure out the impact that that home might have. I know of a 10,000 square foot house that 2 people live in, and they're only there 2 months out of the year. But you might have a similarly sized house with 18 people in it because there are so many bedrooms and it's big enough for that many. And then think about that house changing ownership. Maybe it goes from 2 people who live there to 18 people, right? As that impact changes, how do you measure that each time? The best way we can do that is to just average how many people, what constitutes the equivalent residential unit. And so that's the basis of that ERU standard. And we find that it, as a whole, across the average, that gets us pretty darn close to the real impact. We're going to have outliers, both, you know, more than or less than, but sticking to that average really, I think, has been proven over and over again across the state. I'm not sure, and Jason and Fred can tell me, I'm not sure of any city in Utah that has successfully pulled off that differentiation of a larger house, a single family house versus a smaller single family house. I don't know if anybody's been able to do it under the state statute.
No, I'll just quickly comment on that. And Adam, you're correct. There has been, well, there's been many of dialogue regarding this particular issue. And it has come back to the nexus, you know, and how do you measure demand from a residential unit? And there are a bunch of measurements, including population, household size, number of fixture units within the house itself, the connection, size of the connection. Similarly, whether that's electric, sewer, water. You know, so we do get it down to equivalent residential users. So in fairness, just because it's a 10,000 square foot home doesn't necessarily mean that it automatically has a 1 inch or 1.5 inch meter, water meter hooked to it or going into it. Nor does it mean that it has an upsized electric service component. So, you know, it's usually driven by what the demand that the engineer or the building official or the combination of the architect, the builder, what they determine is going to be the demand on those facilities. And then that's how it's sized. That's what dictates what the electric meter set's going to look like, or what the water and sewer is going to look like. But when it comes to per capita, I think you're exactly right, Adam. What we found is that using the average household size or average person per household size for single family, usually over the broad spectrum of the type of housing units that you have, is the most fair way to look at that from a parks impact fee perspective. And so I don't know of any city. I know of a lot of cities that have actually looked at it, but they've never been able to meet the statutory requirements that has been put in place by the Act and also by quite frankly, the courts, because many of these impact fees have been challenged through a court process, through a legal process, and the standard in which St. George has always used completely and 100% follows the standard measurements in which the courts have upheld as being the most proportional and fairest way to do it. Now, with all that said, we're always happy to look at, are there more metrics relative to housing that we can get data where it suggests that the smaller square footage or the smaller lot size, et cetera, might equate to a different impact, but those are just not conclusive. You mentioned, Adam, you did mention the 10,000 square foot home. We've had that along the Wasatch Front, where many homes that are larger actually have less people per household that are living in them, because those that can afford those homes typically might be later stages of professional development and may not have families that are living at the home at that point, but have extended people that come from time to time. So it's kind of hard to just say, well, it's all based on square footage, or it's the size of home, or it's the dollar value of home. And so I agree, that's a very slippery slope, and we haven't been able to really defend that logic with anyone that has tried to pursue it. And so it's not happening. No cities are doing it based on that. We do delineate between multifamily dwelling units, but that's more for some of the impacts relative to maybe transportation, some of the other components. So
Jason, real quick, there's really three elements that may give the council some comfort on this level. First, there is a graduated schedule with a lot of these fees, and that's based on meter size or household size. So as you get more demand, the fee actually goes up relative to meter size or panel size. Jason and Adam have spoken about the averaging factor. So there's in the statute there's language that helps address this issue, and that your impact fee ordinance includes language that addresses a formula for calculating impact fees. So where there may be some differences in demand, there's a formula that can be used to address those variables and that difference. So that's item 2. That formula helps the city adjust for specific circumstances. Then item 3 is your ordinance also allows development to present information that may suggest a different fee than what is proposed in the impact fee schedule or in that formula. That information can be reviewed by the city, and adjustments can be made to the impact fee to account for that difference in demand. So the impact fee has to start with that average and looking at a fee schedule, but there's ways to make additional considerations and adjustments based on the ordinance that you adopt. So,
thanks, Brad. Other council members, Jimmy, Danielle, Greg, any thoughts?
Mayor, I'll chime in just a minute. Michelle kind of took some of my thunder, but first of all, I have to say, and if Danielle and Greg haven't been accused of this yet, being new council members, we're all in the builder's pockets. That's just common knowledge in the community. And that's what we get accused of. So just know, starting out, you guys that are still on Zoom, we're in your pocket. But that being said, I think we need to focus on a couple of things. And I think Mari's comments were spot on. We've had some concerns in the past as a council as a whole, and myself especially, over the ongoing cost of park maintenance. I think a while back we even lowered our expectation of parks as far as how many parks or how many acres per people that we wanted to have parks, looking at the overall cost to maintain that. So I think Mari's spot on there, and we should be looking at that. And I'm okay to discuss that further if we need to, and make sure we're on the same page. And truly, we are the natural parks are something we focused a little more on, I think, as a council, and we like. I mean, those are becoming the more popular parks. So so good points there, and I'm okay to take a step back and look at that. I do agree with Michelle on transportation. I mean, I don't know how, and I didn't hear anybody really say much about transportation in their comments, but I don't know how we back away from that one and say we don't need we don't need that impact fee money in, or there's not projects that are needed. Again, you hear about that all the time. You can't drive around. I mean, 3,000 River Road. There's things that need to be done, and it's because of the increase in traffic. So yes, new development. That new growth needs to pay for itself. So, I'm okay with taking a step back, and then some perspective. Let's just say, a starter home, and this is probably a little low, but starter home right now, if you say 250, let's just say the direct cost of the impact fee increase is passed on, it's going to be 255.5. Is that really making a difference on whether I buy the house? I'd love to build a house right now, a new home. I'm not doing it not because of impact fees, but because I can't find a builder out there that's willing to give me the time of day, because everything's going really great and great. I'm glad for that. Remembering I'm in your pocket. But so, and the overlooked part on affordable housing, and Shirlane kind of touched on this. I know it's not glamorous, but I think there's a lot of other issues with that we have to look at other than impact fees as far as affordable housing. Switch Point and Riverwalk was mentioned. What did we do with impact fees there? We took a look at that and we waived some of those. So there's things we can do in that area, and other things besides impact fees that we're going to have to do on housing affordability. So I know it's painful. I know nobody likes it. I got a call from my good friend and neighbor, and there's like 60 building permits they're in the process of, and what's that going to do to their business? I mean, let's be honest, there's a concern there. And so I'm not lost on that, but there are a few things that we have to do, and I think everybody agrees on that. If we need to take a couple of them and take a look at them a little harder and make sure everybody can wrap their arms around them or make some modifications, I'm okay with that. But transportation probably isn't one of them unless somebody's got something I'm missing. So.
Thanks, Jimmy.
That's
Good
it.
point. Danielle, Greg?
Sure, I'll jump in. So impact fees are not something I love. I'm actually looking at building a new house here soon, so I hate to see them go up just personally. However, that being said,
you got 90 days. No, just kidding.
Yeah, I got to really rush that thing. The main thing, so I'll just go back to my Chamber of Commerce days. It's been a few years now, but we would survey, we'd get a list of all the new move-ins, and then we'd survey them because we'd help people move to Southern Utah. And we'd always ask the question in the survey, what are the top 10 things that you like about moving here? The number 1 and 2 is, number 1 is quality of life. And then we have sub questions on quality of life. Well, what does that mean for you? And it would be always at the top of the list is your parks and trails system. You guys have something here that we can't get somewhere else. So those are things that, and I agree with that. I mean, I've lived in a lot of different areas as well. And so those are things that I want to preserve. I know that they are a high maintenance cost. We got to look at those things. But as we look at new move-ins, I want to preserve the quality of life that I've had here. And I think we can all say that. We do want to preserve the quality of life that we've had here. So that is important to me. I am sensitive to what our builders say and our Home Builders Association. So if there are things we want to step back and take a look at, like parks, the water and transportation, I'm okay with taking a couple more months and looking at those things. I could back that. But ultimately, what I want to do is I want to make sure that we preserve our quality of life. And those who are moving in, I think, should help bear that weight. And so that's why, when it comes down to it, if we can see that this price increase are justified, then I think it's something that we need to do, even though it's not something I want to do. Comments.
Thank you, Greg. Danielle?
Yeah, Mayor, I think Michelle and Jimmy and Greg have done a really great job sharing my thoughts. Basically, I talked way too much in the last meeting, so I'll be short today and just say I totally agree with what they're saying. And I think the parks is the one for sure that we should meet with the Home Builders Association and just hear them out. We could possibly get creative in that area. And besides that one, I think we should probably go forward with the rest.
Thank you. So, Council, You've expressed yourselves. You've heard the options. If you're so inclined, I'm ready for a motion. Again, you can approve all but one or two if you'd like, and you can state which ones. And those could be, I'm not sure the procedural way to do it. You could just exclude those, I suppose, and that we could set a date certain on when we would consider them again. And I would suggest we don't wait too long, but that we do consider the holidays as maybe slowing things down a little bit. So anyway, or you can approve them all. You can approve none of them. You can approve some of them. That's the bottom line. And it's, do you approve as presented or some difference? So I'd entertain a motion if you're so inclined. And I'm sure that we could modify the motion if needed to, if needed, but go ahead if you're so inclined.
Mayor, what were the issues? The main, was there 3 issues? Was it parks?
I heard parks,
storm
transportation, and I think
Transportation and water.
yeah, and water, which again, I don't understand 2 of the 3, but I can understand parks, but that's up to you guys.
I'll make a motion and then we can discuss this motion. I think that's the best way to move this forward. The motion, I will make a motion to approve and adopt the impact fee facility plans. All of them minus, I'm going to say 2. And then we can discuss if, because I think it's good to, well, we'll discuss it afterwards. And I'll give you my comment after. So all but 2, we'll leave parks out. We want to prove that. And we will leave the water or storm drain out to discuss that at a later date. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any comments on the motion?
Mayor, could I just clarify? I'm sorry, I might have missed this. Was it 3 or 2? Was it parks and recreation, storm drain, and local and regional wastewater? Was it water? Could we clarify that?
Yep, Greg?
From the discussion that I'd heard earlier, and I'd invite, if it's okay, Mayor, we could ask Mari what her thoughts were, because what I'd heard was there was issues with that water and storm drain is what it was.
Okay, and it may be helpful, Council and Mayor, if you refer to your item number 3 in your packet, which lists all of those individually, and then you could properly state which ones you're referring to.
But to Greg's point, I'm not sure. We may want to ask Mari if she's on.
You know what page?
Correct. So when that clarification comes, I think it would be helpful to use the agenda.
Okay, Mari, are you still on? I'm looking.
I see.
I'm here. I'm here.
Which one of the water ones were you looking at? Were you concerned about storm drain or secondary water, local and regional wastewater?
Yeah, originally when we met with representatives, it was parks, transportation, and water, but I do support what Greg is saying, that we do need to look more at the stormwater and parks. So I believe.
So that is storm drain.
So storm drain on its own?
Yes.
Okay.
According to our agenda, as Sean mentioned.
Great.
I'll amend that so to storm drain. So parks and storm drain. Let's.
Okay.
So just a clarification, Mayor, it would be storm drain and parks and recreation.
Correct.
Thank you, Sean. Amended as Sean has stated.
You okay with that, Jimmy?
Seconded as amended. Yes.
Okay, so we have a restated motion and second. Motion by Greg and seconded by Jimmy. Discussion on that motion. Okay, then all in favor, starting with Greg, say aye.
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
And Michelle.
Aye.
Okay, so that motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Now, we didn't state in that motion, and maybe we don't need to, a time frame for the other two to be heard again. And I'd suggest that we do that if I guess by a motion, if we could. Sean, would that be wise, or do we need to do that by a motion?
No, I think that would be appropriate, Mayor, to go ahead and make a motion to that effect.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor, I was just going to add to that. Sorry about that. I was going to add to Sean's comment. Yeah, I think a continuance of maybe the public hearing portion relative to what was noted, parks and recreation and stormwater, just so that we're not necessarily having to start from scratch and then go back through the whole process. But I think you could continue that.
I don't know if we need to continue it. We held the public hearing already, and
That's
we
right.
closed the public hearing. So I think what we're doing is simply saying we would consider again the adoption of the impact fee ordinance for parks and recreation and storm drain on a fixed date.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
That's
Yep,
correct,
agreed.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anyone with a motion? I mean, again, I'm just going to suggest, do what you want, council. January 21st is a Thursday. Adam, do you have any problems with that kind of a suggestion for us to hear this and consider it again?
No, I think that works.
Suggestion, council.
Can I just say so moved?
Sure.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to hear and consider the impact fee ordinance as it relates to parks and recreation and storm drain on January 21st, 2021. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ooh,
Get three.
Michelle moved and Greg seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? I'm going to ask to do this by roll call again, starting with Michelle
Aye.
and Danielle,
Aye.
Jimmy,
Aye.
and Greg.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. I appreciate everyone's work on this. I know it's been a long process, and we're going to make it just a little longer. But thank you for the good work and for the good thoughts. We appreciate it. Adam, should we go on to number 4, or do we need a quick break? Anyone need a potty break?
Maybe after 4.
Okay, let's go on to 4, Adam.
Okay, item number 4, this is a conditional use permit to operate a bar establishment in the Arts District Overlay Zone. And let's see. Dan, do you have this one?
It's me. Well,
All
me
right.
is Jenna.
Awesome, Jenna, go ahead.
Okay. So like Adam said, this is a conditional use permit to operate a bar establishment in the Arts District Overlay Zone. It's located at 2nd West Sacred Boulevard number 5. That's Ancestor Square. So here is our Arts District Overlay Zone. The X is marking where the proposal is. So in the Arts District Overlay, there is a limitation on the number of bar establishments. That number is 4. The stars represent existing places. This star here is Station 2 by Zion Brewery. This star here at the corner of Boulevard and Main is Wood Ash and Rye. The triangle is the Hive that was recently approved. They've not yet opened. And then the proposal here is the X again in Ancestor Square. So overview of Ancestor Square, Benja's for reference, Pizza Factory for reference, and they're in the barn here, number 5. They're going to occupy approximately 2,600 square feet of commercial space. Per the applicant's narrative, the proposed establishment will be an upscale lounge that provides a space for business executives and meetings, events, and a nice evening out. The elegance and upscale nature of the property interior, plus an enforced dress code, will promote a more mature clientele. So just pictures of Ancestor Square. Here's the barn from the boulevard. And this is looking west, like if you walk past Pizza Factory. This is looking from in front of Pizza Factory and looking southwest, kind of by the jail-ish. So if I can draw your attention to the staff report, the review criteria for a conditional use permit has been provided, as well as the conditional use permit standards. Staff does recommend approval with a finding that the application requirements per 1017 and the review criteria per 1017B have been met. And that concludes staff's presentation. The field loves are available on the call if you have questions for the applicant or for staff.
And Mayor, as staff, if I could add just one more item based on state law. State law gives cities some guidance regarding conditional use permits, and they're very clear. I just would like to read the statement out of state law. It says a conditional use shall be approved if reasonable conditions are proposed or can be imposed to mitigate the reasonable anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed use in accordance with the applicant standards. And so that kind of gives further guidance on how cities should treat these conditional use permits.
Thank you, John. Would the applicant like to address the council on this item before we have discussion and look for their action? I believe they're on.
Yes, we're on.
Yes, we're on.
Okay, if you just state your names for the record and then anything you'd like to add to the presentation that's been made by staff.
So it's Jasher and Lisa Fieldlove, and we kind of went over all the main key points on the prior meeting, but that we want to create a upscale environment and a classy bar in the downtown area.
Yeah, someplace that, and we may not be open every night. It would be, on some nights or on some days, it could be used as a, like a event center or something like that. But on the days that we are open, the nights that we are open, we want it to be like someplace where, if you're 30 years old or plus, or 40 or plus, or 50 or plus for a nice date or a business meeting, that you have someplace to go. And right now the firehouse across the street or George's doesn't really do that. Doesn't do that. And we've had numerous friends and even the people that own that actual building that came to us and asked us to do this because they don't have anywhere to go, 40 plus years old. They don't want to go over to the firehouse where it's like college kids. There's also just in general business people coming into this town from other states looking at living here, and there's nothing like that exists here yet, really. And they don't want to go into a hotel, which Wood Ash Rye has a nice lounge, but it's inside of a hotel.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Did I get it right, Josh or Lisa?
It's Jasher, like Asher,
Jasher,
but with a J. Yeah.
I remember. Yep, I remember Jasher. You're involved in a couple of other things, I know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all good things.
Yeah.
Basically, my aspiration is just to bring cultural aspects to St. George. I'm originally from, I was born in Pasadena, but my great-great-grandmother, she delivered 3,000 babies in Washington County back in the 1800s. So her name is Jane Johnson Black. She's historically noted. She has a wiki page, Wikipedia, but she's buried up in Rockville. And so I found a deep love for St. George. And so my aspiration and my passion is to bring these things to St. George that fit in the context of St. George. Yeah. And this is a place where I want my daughter to grow up with, and where I want to stay and build in this community.
Thanks, Jen.
And I'm from Los Angeles, born and raised myself, and my parents moved here. Both my parents are from Salt Lake. They compromised on St. George as a place to semi-retire. And I love all things cultural. I've been involved in the arts and my entire life, and I'm an interior designer. As if you've come to any of our businesses, you'll see that. And I love creating spaces where people feel like they feel good, they feel uplifted, they feel alive. Yeah, all those things.
Well, and
love, yeah, they feel love.
To go back to the original point, I went to Oxford for a year. I didn't graduate, but I did live in Europe for a while, and I've been there 20, 30 times. And like my concept is that you come to a place to socialize. Yeah, you may have a couple of drinks, but it's not like you're going there to become inebriated. It's more of a social atmosphere that has adult amenities. And so that is my vision for this space, is to create a beautiful space with an elegant environment and professionals, and to offer those things to the community.
Yes.
Well, thank you both.
Yeah.
Appreciate what you do, and
Thank you.
And hope you're successful in your businesses. You already are, I know. But council, do you have any questions for staff and or the applicants, Jasher and Lisa? Feel love.
I have a question for staff. This is, did I hear 2,600 square feet?
Correct.
Jenna?
Yep.
And what about parking? What's the parking on this?
So this is in that overlay where when you change use, you do not have to upgrade the parking. But they are in Ancestor Square, so a restaurant could go in there today as well.
I know, and Ancestor Square is horrible for parking. Absolutely a nightmare. Anyway. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Other comments or questions by the council at this point?
I'll just say,
yeah, go ahead.
I'll just say to the parking, you know, that's one of those tricky things, because right downtown, I mean, admittedly, it is Ancestor Square. It's like you could barely get a parking space there almost any time of day. But that also is, if we overpark that space, then it won't be as quaint as it is, you know. So it's kind of one of our areas that we do want people to walk into. You know, they might have to street park along 200 North, or, you know, and that's kind of where our spillover will be. But it is a tricky balance for us there, because we don't want to overpark it, especially right down there in our downtown. So I know that's one that we're kind of in that critical space where we're not really used to not being able to drive up right in front of something. I think my internet's telling me I'm pausing. Am I freezing on you guys?
You're okay.
Okay.
Your lips don't match what you're saying, that's all.
I figured.
Danielle, when you say over parking, I think I understand what you mean. You're saying that we don't want to provide too much parking space, or then again, you have too much pavement, or you have whatever, too many cars driving in and you're wasting that space or whatever.
Right. It's really critical for that downtown area, for that historic district, to stay tight together so that it is enjoyable to walk down there. And so if we don't do that, if we say, you know, each individual space has to have kind of a massive amount of parking, it starts to look like Lowe's, which is great. You know, Lowe's is Lowe's, but you don't want your downtown to look like a Lowe's and Target type of thing where there's a big, massive parking lot. So I just think it's critical for us to remember in downtown that we do want it to be walkable. I mean, that's what's going to make those businesses succeed down there, is if people kind of have to park outside and come in. So it's tricky.
Just a reminder to all of us, John Willis and Adam and maybe others worked, and I believe we've selected now a consultant that will deal with helping us on the general plan with an extra focus on the downtown area and parking. Is that correct, John?
Yes, that is correct. Yep.
So it'll be interesting to hear from that. But I think some of the concepts that Danielle's speaking to, we heard a speaker a year or two ago, I can't remember, up at the league in Salt Lake at the league conference that talked about this very issue of over parking, as Danielle just said. And so you've got to be careful where you put those things. But I do think we're going to need some additional parking somewhere. It's just, where is it? And to Danielle's point, can we get people accustomed to and used to walking a little bit, like maybe as much as they walk from Walmart's parking lot or Lowe's that into those stores. It may be all it is in some cases. It might be a block or it might be a little more. It just kind of depends on the situation. But anyway, I look forward to that personally with this consultant. Hope they can help us and we can address some of those issues and at least on the outskirts of the arts district or something. And that's what I'm interested in seeing, the comments coming back to us at some point. So any other thoughts on this, council?
I've had concerns on parking downtown in general for a while. I mean, if you remember, I'm the one guy that is in trouble over Jewel Plaza. But I understand we've lowered some of the parking standards down there because we're trying to accommodate, some business development and different things on some unique properties that maybe don't lend themselves to traditional parking. So, but I think we got to be really careful on that. And I don't know, in this case where it's a conditional use permit, have we taken a look at parking, of what the impact's going to be on the parking and where we're going there? Again, I've had concerns about all of downtown on that. And along with that as I heard the little thing about section 1017B, I was reading this in the middle of the night last night, believe it or not, having a drink. No, I'm kidding. This is the question I've been asking myself, and I'm not sure I can answer this yes at this time, that the conditional use permit shall be compatible in use and scale. Okay, that one may be okay, that's A. B, not compromise the health, safety, or welfare of persons employed within or using the proposed development, those residing or working in the vicinity of the proposed development, anybody residing there or working there, property or improvements in the vicinity of the proposed use of development, and not opposed to disproportionate burdens on the citizens of the city. We've had several letters sent in to us from some of the other adjoining businesses. I don't think it's really about alcohol, because you can get alcohol there, not.
Jimmy, you muted.
George's, sorry, nobody wants to hear me. George's serves alcohol. Benja's, I think you can get alcohol. Painted Pony, you can get alcohol. It's not just the bars in the hotel or the Hive. So I don't think it's about the alcohol. I think there's some other concerns there that some of the neighboring businesses have, and that we really need to take a look at. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Jimmy. Sean, any legal advice you'd give us here? I know John already talked about the ordinance, but any legal counsel you can give us?
I think John did a good job of talking about the state law. Jimmy's brought up the ordinance that we have in place. I will also say on the state law, and excuse me, my voice is going out, I don't know why, but it says that really basically what we have to do is take the least restrictive action. So it says we have to do what we can require is something to reasonably mitigate anticipated detrimental effects. But it says clearly in the state law that doesn't mean we have to eliminate them altogether. In other words, if there was, let's say it was a parking problem, we wouldn't say that you can't create any new parking at all. We just have to be reasonable in any restriction that we might put on them. But more importantly, when it goes down a little bit further in this, it says, if the reasonably anticipated detrimental effects of the proposed conditional use cannot be substantially mitigated by the proposal or imposition of reasonable conditions, that's when you can deny it. And that's a pretty tough standard under state law, which, as you know, supersedes even our ordinance on that. So really what it means is, it's like the Supreme Court says with constitutional rights, we have to take the least restrictive action that would be available to us to try to mitigate any negatives.
Well, thank you, I think.
I'm not sure if that's clear, but I think what it means is, in light of what we've done in the rest of downtown, and even for those establishments that were named tonight in that area, that any standard we impose on this, they'd have to have a very detrimental impact, because we have, in a sense, as noted, lowered those standards for parking, for example, quite a bit downtown, which, as Councilman Hughes noted, is starting to create a problem.
Sean, can I ask you a question? So who gets to determine detrimental impact? I mean, does that the...
Those were spelled out in that in the city code there that John read to you. So he could recite those to you again.
Why don't you read it again, John? That might be helpful as a reminder.
Jenna, do you have your staff report up that you can
I
read?
do,
those?
yes.
Can you
Do
read
want
those?
17B3 or 4, the permit standards?
Let's do C. Read through those.
It's 3 or 4, not C.
3C.
Okay, just a moment. Okay, so 3C outlines 20 different items to review. It's size and location of site, traffic generation, utility demand, emergency vehicle access, location amount of off-street parking, internal vehicular and pedestrian circulation, fencing or screening, landscaping, building mass, usable open space, signs and lighting, physical design and compatibility, noise, vibration, odors, etc., control of delivery and service vehicles, generation and screening of trash, recycling program, potential adverse impacts arising from the conduct of patrons, guests, employees, occupants, or their affiliates. Within and adjoining the site, the impacts of the use on public property and environmentally sensitive lands, hours of operation, delivery, and use, special hazards arising from the use, or demand for public infrastructure. So those are the 20 things outlined in C that staff has reviewed and that council can review.
The other comment I might just make, and correct me if I'm misstating this, Sean, with some of the concerns that are apparent, regarding parking, at this point, because our ordinance is what it is in the downtown area for parking, we couldn't, for example, the council could table this matter if they chose to for some reason, if they felt like they needed more information. But one thing that couldn't happen is we couldn't table it and then change our parking ordinance and then say, sorry to the applicant, you don't meet the new parking standard. Is that correct, Sean?
Yes, the applicant would be vested in the current ordinance as we have it. And I think John also made a point of stating that if that same space was used for a restaurant or an office building, whatever that space would be used for is going to generate some parking requirements. And so we'd have to take that into consideration too, that we're not looking at the use necessarily as a bar, but just that use as a business. in that location and what type of parking requirements that would generate with the type of use that would go in there.
Okay. All right. Well, council, any further discussion? Otherwise, ready for a motion, if you're so inclined, on this conditional use permit. One other thing I'll note, there is still a state process to go through, correct, Sean? That the applicant would go through.
That's correct, Mayor.
And one other thing, if the council chooses to approve this conditional use permit, it certainly doesn't mean that the applicant and the owner or operator of this establishment in the future isn't subject to all other laws and ordinances in terms of, maintaining the proper control and of the operation. Correct, Sean?
That's also correct, Mayor. And there are a couple of establishments that are still in place. And we're not talking about one on St. George Boulevard. We're talking about other locations in town where we have had problems in years past, and we monitored that with the police department. We reported that to the state, and in working with them, they have come into compliance and have been in compliance for years. But if we had a problem with any of these establishments downtown, we could take that same action. Yes.
I just wanted to point that out because we would expect that to be the case, and we will protect our city, not just the downtown, but we will protect our city based on the ordinances and so forth of the city and the state. Council, back to you. In honor of Alex Trebek, I could play some Jeopardy music.
Mayor, I was glad that Jimmy brought up, the establishments nearby. A lot of them have, brought up concerns that they have personally, but I feel like the discussion has been really good tonight to talk about how those concerns can be dealt with within the city, with the ordinances that we have and the statutes that already exist. And it appears to me that according to, what Sean shared with us, that basically this CUP, as it says in the language, shall be granted unless we can show a reason why, there would be effects that could not be possibly mitigated. So I don't know how the rest of the council feels, if they want me to go forward with a motion. Do you guys have further discussion?
I gathered it was pretty quiet, so I'd say if you're so inclined, go ahead, Danielle, and then we'll see what their reaction is.
All right. So I will put forth a motion that we approve a conditional use permit to operate a bar establishment in the Arts District Overlay Zone located at 2 West St. George Boulevard, number 5. And make the statement that, all possible detriments have been reasonably mitigated.
We have a motion by Danielle. Do we have a second? So far, no second. Let me just remind you, there doesn't have to be a second, of course, but you also don't have to vote in favor of a second or a motion that you make. Correct, Sean?
That's correct, Mayor.
If you guys want to get rid of my motion, you got to second it and then vote against it, is what he's saying.
Kinda. It can die for lack of a second as well. But there will have to be a motion of some kind if this one dies. Is there no second? Okay, then the chair rules that that the motion dies due to lack of a second. And I'll come back to you, council. There will need to be a motion made either to deny with findings or to table with justification for that and to a date certain. This is where it gets a little tougher.
I'll make a motion to stop the stalemate here. So I think we should make a motion to table on this. We can table it for 1 week and look at it next week if that's a possibility, just to look at this a little bit closer.
I'll second.
I'm not sure if 1 week does it.
Our next regular meeting.
I would suggest the 17th.
All right, I'll make a motion to table this until the 17th.
And okay, we have a motion by Greg and a second by Danielle. Some discussion here on the motion. Sean, is that a sufficient justification, or does there need to be a reason to table it essentially?
The council can table it. That would be fine. Because of the restrictions under state law on conditional uses, my advice would be to give the applicant guidance on which of the criteria that you feel cannot be reasonably mitigated, or that you would like to have them propose mitigation for. Otherwise, we will be in the same position at the next meeting that we are in this one.
Greg, anything that you'd put forward there as an item you're looking for the applicant to try to mitigate better?
So from a city council perspective, as I am hearing the items that we need to look at, I didn't have them in front of me tonight. I didn't review them beforehand. So I wanted to make sure that I was well versed as I make a decision on this representing the people of St. George. So that was the timing, was for me as a council member to have a chance to look at this a little bit closer. I don't know if that is justifiable. Can you comment on that, Sean?
Yes, that would be justifiable. You do have the recommendation from staff that it meets those requirements that were listed today under 1017B 3 and 4. And it is justifiable for the council to say that you would like to look at those again in this 2-week period to make sure that there aren't any negative effects that could be mitigated, or that you would like to be mitigated in a different way or some way.
That sounds representative of what Greg has said. Is that correct, Greg?
Correct.
All right. So with that sort of the clarification to Greg's motion, Danielle, are you okay with that as a second?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Greg, seconded by Danielle. Discussion on the motion, further discussion. Seeing none, all in favor, starting with Michelle, say aye.
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye. Thank you.
All right, so the applicants, Jasher and Lisa, we will hear this again on December 17th at 5 p.m. Well, that's when the meeting will start. And we will really, at this point, there's nothing the council has asked of you. It's simply by the motion, it's for the council to look deeper, look closer, more closely at the application and the ways in which and the areas in which you are mitigating or or aren't mitigating some of those areas, the 20-ish areas that Jenna read through earlier. Is that clear, Jasher and Lisa? Okay, thank you. Thanks for your patience, council. Thank you for your discussion, and staff for your time. All right. I need Mayor MacArthur's "that was easy" button, Greg, and it's in the other room. But let's go ahead and go to item number 5. Should we take just a brief recess in our respective chambers here? If anyone needs a potty break.
I say let's take a quick break, get a drink.
Let's make it real quick. Let's try for 5 minutes. You can turn off your video if you want or whatever. See you in 5 minutes. Michelle, are you there eating bonbons?
Chips and salsa.
Oh, that's better.
Where's the salsa from?
The fridge. I don't know. A can.
Well done. Oh, that's like
I'm
something.
starving.
I know. I'm looking at what's in my dish, and it's M&M.
Jimmy, keep your package to yourself. We don't need to see that you got a whole box of something.
Basket Company showed up today with my Christmas box, all kinds of goodies.
Nice.
This meeting goes on any longer, I'm going to have the whole box gone.
Looks good.
It would help if Michelle was at a place that had good food.
Right.
Okay. Let's see. We got everybody. Mostly. We got the council. Except Jimmy just went to take another customer in. Hey, Jimmy.
Sure, I better keep the door closed.
Are they sneaking in or sneaking out, Jimmy?
I hope they're not sneaking anywhere.
All right.
I just had to go out. I heard something out there, so I had to go check.
All right. Well, let's reconvene. Looks like we're going to number 5, and Jen is pulling it up. Looks like a zone change.
Okay, this is a request to consider approval of an ordinance changing the zone from A20 agriculture to R110 single family residential 10,000 square foot lot sizes on approximately 2.377 acres located at 2705 South River Road. So 2450 South is here to the north, River Road is here along the west. There is a chapel there, and Rustic Drive is here just to the north of it. Existing general plan is LDR. So here's the existing zoning. They're requesting R110 to match what surrounds most of them. There is some PDR to the west, but really they're surrounded by R110. There's your view from River Road looking at it, or from Rustic. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Can you go back to the River Road view?
Yep. Oh, River Road view, yep.
All right.
So that's the chapel that's across Rustic. This is like a CenturyLink type building and an existing home. It's tucked behind it.
Okay, and then go back one more. Okay, 2 more.
Back which way?
There you go. There you go. Okay. All right. Any questions, first of all, before discussion, council? Questions for Jenna? Any discussion, or are you ready to go on to a motion?
I think this will be a really good for the neighborhood right there, Mayor. It's been this cute little farmyard forever, but if they're done with that, it's really isolated at this point. So
Thank you. I should actually give the applicant an opportunity to say anything. I believe it's John Levitt, and I think he's on the Zoom. Anything you'd like to say? See if we can find you to unmute you. There we go. We should be able to hear you now, John. Or maybe not. I think your audio isn't working on your end. Yeah. Council, none of you can hear him either, can you?
No. Didn't Danielle just make the motion?
Yeah. As bad as I hate to see A20 go to R110, this makes sense here. And these are actually relatives of mine. Obviously, you can see by the last name. And this makes sense.
All right. Well, if someone's inclined to make a motion, go for it.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, that we approve an ordinance changing the zone from A20 to R110 on approximately 2.37 acres located at 2705 South River Road.
Second.
Thank you. We had a motion by Danielle, seconded by Michelle. Any discussion?
I did see John pop up on the screen for a minute if he still wanted to say anything, but we're going to pass it. So I guess he's okay if he doesn't want to say anything.
I saw him pop
There he
up.
is.
You just couldn't hear him. Oh, there he is.
All right. Yeah, I can see him, just can't hear him.
Okay. Then all in favor of the motion, starting with Jimmy, say aye.
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
And Danielle?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. You got your zone change, John.
Good luck, buddy.
Mayor, I want to know why Greg doesn't have his camera on. Is he like eating some fantastic dinner that he doesn't want us to see? He's got like salmon and vegetables and stuff.
You know, oh, there he is.
Get the grilled cheese. It's good.
Greg.
I took 5 minutes to make a grilled cheese. I got to get it before it gets cold.
Now listen, aren't you glad, everybody, that that's one thing you can't do on Zoom is show someone's video when they don't know? That could be bad. Okay, let's go on to number 6. I'm just eating M&Ms, Greg. Let's see who's doing 6. Dan, you're muted.
Yeah, Dan needs to be unmuted.
There we go. I think you hear me okay?
Now we can.
All right, perfect. All right, so this is kind of a cleanup item. It's to consider approval of an ordinance to change the zone from PDR, R3, and C3 to open space on property that's generally located behind the businesses on the east side of Dixie Drive and south of Sunset Boulevard. And I'll show you where that, north of 540 North. I'll show you where that is here. All right, so the property we're looking at is here on the screen. You can see Sunset Boulevard up here, Dixie Drive, and this is the trail that runs up through here. And this, like I said, this is really just a cleanup item. You can see that there's kind of this hodgepodge of different zonings through there. R3 here, C3 up here, and then down. And then kind of the bulk of it is PDR. And so we're just looking at it and cleaning it up, calling it open space. It's a trail. It really functions as open space. And so that's the request, is just to take that from those different zoning categories and into the open space category.
Thank you, Dan. Is this a trail actually, or a drainage? The trail?
Yeah, maybe. It's hard to see, but yeah, the trail actually goes up here and connects across Sunset and then down this way. So it is a trail.
Okay.
Mayor, that's part of that halfway wash.
That's
like
what
that's
I thought.
the situation of it.
Yep. Questions, council? I'd be ready for a motion if you're so inclined.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance changing the zone from PDR, R3, and C3 to open space on property generally located behind the businesses on the east of Dixie Drive, south of Sunset Boulevard, and north of 540 North.
Second.
Thank you. Michelle makes the motion and Greg seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, starting with Danielle, say aye.
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Number 7.
Okay, number 7 is a zone change amendment, or sorry, no, this is a zone change. They are requesting to go from currently zoned R112, and they're proposing to go to the PDAP zone. You can see the property here on your screen. 3000 East borders it on the east side, and then 1450 South on the south. Just for point of reference, the the new temple will be built here, just to the kind of to the southeast, just to kind of get your bearings. The proposal is, like I said, to change zone to PDAP, and this is for Intermountain Healthcare. They want to build a new clinic there on that site. And I'll show you the elevations and the site plan here in just a moment. You can see the general plan generally calls for a professional office on the site. Again, zoning currently is R112. This is a look at the site plan. It's about just over 5.5 acres. And they are looking at a building that is approximately 18,000, just shy of 18,000 square feet, 26 feet tall. I'll show you the elevations here in a second. They are showing parking of 72 spaces, or excuse me, 76 spaces. They're required to have 72, and so they're meeting the parking requirement. The landscaping appears to be sufficient. They do need to increase it just by a couple of feet along this line here adjacent to get that buffer with this lot. So there may need to be a slight shift there, but they are aware of that, and we'll make sure that that gets done on the site plan review. This is a look at the conceptual landscape plan. And then this is a look at the elevations of the building. Maybe it's a little more helpful. The renderings kind of tell the story a little better. And you can see the building here. Again, they're looking at going approximately 26 feet, maybe just shy of 26 feet tall. And just a couple different perspectives. These are the materials, stone, plaster, and metal paneling, varying colors to complement each other. And that's the request. So that's it. The Planning Commission recommended approval. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Council, I think we all know where this is. I believe this is going to be a clinic / Instacare, but we do have Steve Kelly from Intermountain Healthcare on the call. If you have any questions, or if Steve would like to make any comments. Steve, are you unmuted? And if not, let's unmute him.
I believe I am, yes.
Yep. Anything else you'd like to say, Steve?
Thank you for the opportunity. We also have Tommy Iriona, our real estate director, and then also the civil engineer for us is also on. If there's any specific questions that would be applicable for them, they're much better at answering and explaining things than I am. But just in general, as Dan noted, the general plan had been modified to allow the professional office, and we just need to rezone to match the general plan.
Right. Yep. I've noticed there's been a little bit of grading on the site because of a donation made. I think someone mentioned that to us recently. So anyway, we all know right where it is, and seems like a good place for this. But Tom Iriona, anything you'd add? Tom might be muted.
Tom, if you're on your phone, swipe to the right as far as you can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Tom.
Yes.
Sorry.
Welcome.
Thank you. So now I've forgotten the question. I apologize.
I'm not sure there's a question other than just anything you'd like to add, Tom, from what Steve said.
No, I think Steve covered the bases pretty well. We're just, grateful that we can move ahead with this clinic. And again, the request is consistent with the general plan.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions for the Intermountain Healthcare representatives?
I just have one, Mayor. It says at the bottom, the findings for approval, it says the applicant has stated that they will revise the site to meet the landscaping and wall requirements. Has that been done? Like, is this new site plan showing that revision, or is that just something they've agreed to? Do you know, Dan?
Oh, no, we talked about it. This hasn't been revised yet. So when we get the site plan review, we'll make sure that that's taken care of.
Okay, that's all.
Thanks, Danielle. Any other questions or comments, council? If there aren't, ready for a motion if you're so inclined.
Mayor, this is Steve Kelly. Would it be possible just to add one comment in response to the question about the fence?
Sure.
Just want to mention, it might come back to City Council. We are requesting that on the north side of the property, along the street, across the street from the residential, we have been approached by that developer, the residential developer, Dave Nazel, that we request that the 6-foot CMU wall be reconsidered for more of an aesthetic barrier as a berm. And Tom can speak to the original discussions during the vetting of the project with Mr. Nassau and I believe John Willis, that had been discussed at that time, and it seemed to be something open to be considered. And so I just wanted to put that out there. That's something that we would like to pursue in conjunction with the neighbor developer.
Tom, did you have any comments on that, or John Willis from the city?
I could speak on that.
Go ahead.
When this originally came forward, I know it's been a little while. The code at the time allowed for a berm between the residential and the commercial. The code's changed and only allows for a CMU block wall, and that's why Dan had put that condition requiring the block wall instead of the berm. And the purpose of the wall is to mitigate the impacts from the commercial and also the residential, and to mitigate the headlights that would shine in the residential from the parking lot areas.
This is Tom. Under normal circumstances, I can see why you would want the fence, but there'll be a city dedicated street between this parcel and the residential units. And actually, I think the developer is concerned that if we put a wall there, that will actually impact his ability to sell lots. So I think there's a way to make this work without having the wall there.
Is there any flexibility on that, or John, or what are your thoughts there? I think they make good points. Not sure the ordinance contemplates that.
Yeah, the ordinance doesn't provide at least any direction for that, or provide any other means to mitigate that other than the wall. So it's not really something that's addressed in the ordinance.
What are your suggestions, John?
And Sean can chime in, but we could look at options that would essentially do the same thing as a wall, and provide that height. I know the original code required a 4-foot tall berm and then something on top of that. And so it essentially would make up that 6-foot high. And so we could look at essentially looking at an option it does provide the berm and at least a portion of the block wall, so it wouldn't meet the 6-foot high barrier between the residential and the commercial.
Sounds like a good opportunity. So is this something that could be done in the next step with staff then?
Yeah, we could. The next step is when we get really into the details and the construction drawings. And so that's where we would look at that, working with them if the city council gives us that direction.
Okay. Assuming the council does that, Tom, Steve, would that be okay? At least we could work with staff and you to try to come up with something that works for both you and the adjacent, I think is it Dave? Is it Nasal?
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Would that be okay, Tom?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's, and John is correct. We had discussions about this issue early on, and at least I was not aware that the code had changed relative to that particular issue. But I think there's a way that we can, berm and landscape that area in a manner that I think it'll be much more appealing to the neighborhood generally, and it'll still, meet the desire to have that barrier. It'll just look a lot nicer, I think. So, yeah, I think we're more than willing to work with that.
Okay. As I look at, the other clinics that have been built by Intermountain and the hospital, I've observed those pretty closely. They certainly have always done a nice job. I'm sure that they would want to do that in this case too. So, council, that's your call. But again, I think at this point we're probably ready for a motion, but it'd probably be good to include something on this item directing staff.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. You want to make it, Greg?
Go ahead, Danielle.
Okay. That we approve this zone change for the property located on the northwest corner of 1450 South and 3000 East from R112 to PDAP. And that the zone change is reliant upon the discussion being finalized between staff and the developer in regards to a berm in place of the required wall on the north side, but that they make sure that meet the requirements that the wall would basically be meeting.
Thank you. We have a motion by Danielle. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Greg. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none. All in favor, starting with Greg, say aye.
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And thanks, Steve and Tom and Dan. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just to follow up on that, when that changed, that specifically about the berm and the wall, when John said before it was allowed to have a berm, was that something that we purposely did, or was that just something in the new language that we adopted? And I'm just seeing some other instances where that may be come up where the berm's going to be preferable as far as the way the looks.
Yeah.
In this case, I agree with it.
I was thinking the same thing, Jimmy. It might be worth looking at that just a little bit. I assume, John, that changed with our Title 10.
Yeah, it did. And, I could see cases where you have property lines, commercial, residential, you want that 6-foot wall, but where they're across the street, I can see some real benefit of having a berm and then maybe a little wall on top, because you could really build that landscaping up and it would essentially do the same thing. It'll look a lot better having the landscaping and maybe a little bit 2-foot or 3-foot wall, but in essence, it would work exactly the same, but it wouldn't be such a hard barrier of that wall against that street. Yeah. So I could see there being some areas where it makes a lot of sense.
And Mayor, we've done it where there's been a physical grade separation, like behind, oh my gosh, the old Settlers, what's that called now? The old Settlers RV, but they've got that.
Red Rock Commons area?
Red Rock Commons, yes, I'm sorry.
Today.
I must be an old timer if I'm referring back to things like that. But also it would be the type of use. And I think that Tom's point's a good one on this one. If this was the back of a Target where they have their box crushers, the trucks being delivered and stuff, they probably want that physical fence to keep kids out of there and others. But where you have a medical use like this, we're not going to have that type of those types of deliveries and that type of equipment. You know, if you go by Harmon's, there's a big, deep bay. In fact, it filled up with water during our last downpour that, you know, you would want to keep that separate with a wall from residential. But in this case, a berm might just work fine.
Agreed. Might be worth exploring as we go through this process. Maybe we look at, you know, amending the ordinance a little bit for certain situations. Okay, next, I believe item number 8.
Yes. All right. This is to consider approval of an ordinance changing the zone from R110 to R17, approximately 22.5 acres. I'll show you the location here. It's on DeVario Canyon Drive, just south of Verano Vista subdivision. This is DeVario PA9. We looked at DeVario last time we met as well, but it was a different situation. This is a straight zone change to another single family residential zone. So they are requesting to go to R17 in the area outlined in blue. You can see right now it's all zoned R110, and there's an identical request just across the street that we'll look at in the next item as well. This is the land use, and you can see here I kind of bubbled it in blue. This is PA9. Again, it's slated for medium density, up to 9 units to the acre. So they are, again, asking for that R17 zone. Planning Commission looked at this and recommended approval.
Okay, council, any questions on this one? Ready for a motion?
I have one question, Mayor. So on that plan that Dan was just on, that where it showed, what was it, Dan, PA9?
It's PA9.
PA9. So does PA9 already, according to our development agreement, does it say PA9 will be this zoning, R17?
It doesn't necessarily say this zoning, no, but it does point to up to 9 units to the acre.
Okay.
Which is what, and this would fall into that.
Right. Okay.
Are you, any other questions? All right.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Motion to approve the ordinance changing the zone from R110 to R17 on approximately 22.51 acres generally located on DeVario Canyon Drive just south of the Verano Vista subdivision in DeVario PA9.
Have a motion by Michelle. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Danielle, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, starting with Danielle, say aye.
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Greg? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. On to number 9, another DeVario one, PA10, I believe.
Yes. This one's very similar to the last one. It's just across the street. So they're again requesting to go from R110 to R17. This one's a smaller piece. It's approximately 11.84 acres. And again, on DeVario Canyon Drive and just southeast of Verano Vista subdivision. This one is PA10. And again, Planning Commission recommended approval.
Okay, council. Same type of thing, other side of the street. Questions for Dan or for the applicant?
Mayor, I have one question that I probably should have asked during the last one, but as I understand it, when this first came forward, there was talk of preserving a lot of the mountain biking trails out there. Do we know if the trails that were agreed to be preserved are being preserved out there? And then I guess my other question would be, would this be better as a planned development residential instead of just straight residential?
So to speak to that, Dan or John, can either of you speak to the first question in terms of what was agreed to in the development agreement by the applicant in terms of preserving existing bike trails on their land?
That might be something we may have to look at a little bit closer. I'm not entirely sure if I know they're grading permits. Looks like Mark Tiepen says he can speak to it. Maybe better to have the applicant speak to it than staff. I'm not totally sure.
Let's do that. Yes, we can. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, good evening. It's been a long evening.
Yes.
So yeah, to answer that, I have a trail map and I can show it to everyone if you care to share the screen, showing the trail map that we have established for those open spaces with the trailing, hiking and biking community.
We can do that. I think they're sharing with you now or letting you share the screen.
I'm not good at this, so let me give it a try. Disabled. Share the screen. Okay. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. So this is, let me move the bar out of the way. So this is the master plan for Vario. We have in our development agreement an obligation to keep all these open spaces dedicated to the city as we go through the development process. And we've worked at length with the biking community, as you'll see, to reroute some of the trails through our specific planning areas. This is the particular planning areas that we're talking about. This is 9 and this is 10. There is a trail plan to go adjacent to those. So all of our planning areas have open space surrounding them with continuity to the wonderful BLM trails back here. I hope that answers your question. We have done that on purpose because we think it's a great amenity for the project and it helps obviously keep the community open to the public and access to the BLM trails.
Danielle?
Yeah, Mark, so maybe you could just help me understand. I understand some of the trails already have been. Does my voice sound like from Star Wars to anyone besides?
A little bit.
Okay.
Sounds like you have a gremlin in there with you.
Yeah. I understand that some of them have been, portions of them have been covered already, but I guess from what Mark's saying, it sounds like maybe those are being rerouted. Is that correct?
So if you see what I've got on my map right now.
Is that garbled for everyone else? Mark, we're not hearing you. You're the one with the gremlin now. Have you got a good connection? Can you tell?
I do. Can you hear me now? Let me see where
Kind of sound, figure out what that sounds like, but it's.
Mayor, it sounds like they're thinking it's from the sharing of the screen. So if he turns off his screen share, it might work.
Mark, can you unshare?
Share. Better.
Now let's have you talk some more. See.
Yeah.
Still the same. Well,
you just type it into the chat, maybe.
Yeah, if you want to type it into the chat, that might be the best. Yeah, the audio is still really bad. So yes, the trails are being preserved for all existing mountain biking. But I think Danielle's question is because some of the trails have been interrupted, have been gone over. I know that's true too. So are you rerouting some of those, I guess was her question. Yes? Okay. All right, I think that's helpful. Those are some of the comments that we've been hearing, Mark. And so I think that'll be helpful if that's the case. Like you, we're hoping that this will be one of the unique features about Navario is the embracing of some of those natural features that your development incorporates. So,
I hope so too.
okay, all right. Where were we?
Mayor, you wanted me to address Danielle's second question, I believe.
Yes.
So,
good.
Regarding the PD, that's what the development agreement is for. It spells out all of the requirements, the densities, the requirements for Mark and his group to what they need to build, the trails, the access to the current trails, along with trails, asphalt trails in the development, parks. All of that is spelled out in the development agreement. And I believe, Adam talked to us earlier today, and I believe the plan, Adam, is to have a work meeting where we can update the council, the new council members on the agreement. They may not be familiar with it.
Yeah, I think that will be a great idea. That'll help us. Okay. Any other questions, council, or anything else? Mark, I'm afraid there's not much you can really say audibly, but I got a thumbs up. Okay. All right, then I guess we'd be ready for a motion if you're so inclined, council. Jeopardy music.
Hang on, I'll get there. I'm holding a baby.
Well, that's important.
I know. That's the only plus side to Zoom is I can sit here and rock this baby. Motion to approve the ordinance changing the zone from R110 to R17 in known as the DeVario PA10.
Do you have a second? Okay, motion by Michelle, seconded by Danielle. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, starting with Greg, say aye.
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mark. Look forward to meeting with you at some point in the near future. Okay. Number 10, I believe.
Hey, Mayor, could I suggest perhaps that we do item 13 before item 10, because items 10, 11, and 12 are all the same. They may take a little bit more time.
Let's do it. Good catch. Let's go to number 13.
Sorry, staff weren't expecting that, and now they have to adjust.
It's good. You're calling an audible.
There we go. Hold on. Let me just see. I need to be able to share my screen if that's okay.
Sure. We'll see how your audio does, Wes.
There. I'm not sure who's running the screen.
James or whoever is doing the screen, can you make sure Wes is able to share?
I'm assuming that he's planning commission?
Planning staff?
Planning staff? I'm sorry. Yeah, so he should be able to share.
Okay, Wes. It's in your, there you go.
Okay, let me. Okay. The next item is a request to approve a preliminary plat for an 18-lot residential subdivision called Breckenridge Estates. The site is located approximately 2450 south, 3800 east. Property is 11.79 acres for a density of 1.3 dwelling units in acre. Zone is RE20. General plan shows this is LDR. Applicant is Bush and Gudgel. So you can see so here's where it's located. Here's the new high school right here. Basically, that is the boundary line between St. George and Washington City. So we're right on the border of the two cities right there. So this is a subdivision. North is to your left right here. Here's the road that goes by the high school. And then this is the road that goes, I think, on the far east side of the high school. It's these 18 lots right here. The interesting thing on this one is the actual boundary line of the city is located about right there. And so the developer actually owns the entire right of way for that road because it's all located, that roadway is all located in St. George. I talked to Bush and Gudgel. They also represent the developer on the east side of the road. And the developer there is aware that they will be required to help construct their portion of the roadway. So the developer here will construct this westerly portion, and then the developer here will construct whatever's left on the easterly side of the roadway to develop it. I think other than that, it's pretty straightforward. They did just, I changed it. It's a little different from the preliminary plat shown on yours. This area right here, the developer actually didn't own. It's just this little triangle piece right here. If you look hard on yours, they just recently acquired that this week. And so that's why this has been updated to show that they do have all the frontage they need to be able to develop that lot right there. They also will be required to extend a water line from right here all the way up this road to the new 24-inch line that the city is installing along the north side of the middle school on that roadway, which is 2000 South in St. George. So they will be able to have to extend the utility, the water quite a ways to provide looping for their subdivision. So that's just one of the items.
Okay. Questions, council?
I got a question on the road we're seeing on the west side of the property. Does that go up and go adjacent alongside the high school? Does that connect up through Washington?
Yes, it does. In fact, Washington the boundary is right there. And so it'll extend up through Washington. The other thing I forgot to mention was we may want to look in the future at adjusting the property or the boundary line between the two cities. Like I said, it sits right here. And so with this development here, they plan on having a trail and landscaping, but it would be located in St. George, but it would be, part of this development here. So we have discussed the possibility of just doing a boundary line adjustment, shifting the boundary line to the back of curb so that the trail and landscaping would be located in Washington and then the road would be located in St. George. So that's something that may come forward as that property to the east develops.
Interesting. You see any problems with any of that, Wes?
No, it just puts the whole roadway on, within the city of St. George, where both cities will be using that roadway. The subdivision to your east will not have any lots fronting on this roadway. They've chosen not to do that. All of their lots will front on interior roadways. And so it really will only be these lots that will front and be addressed off of this street right here. And the thought is to keep the name of the road the same through St. George and Washington. I don't know if anybody has a preference, but keep this one as Medallion Drive right here. And then this road, I think it's called Crimson something Drive through here, and just keep the same name through there.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion?
I thought all the zoning down here was RE 37.5.
When this came forward, Dave Weller's piece, you may remember that they argued that this was going to be a little denser project over here and requested that this be a buffer between the RE 37.5. So they were approved out of RE 20 on this piece. And then as you go to the west, it is RE 37.5 of Dave Waller's property as it extends to the west.
I remember now. I just said that for Greg's benefit.
Yeah, I remember this one. Well, I'll make a motion.
He rightfully.
Say that again, Jimmy.
I said he rightfully educated me on that, and I appreciate him for it.
All right. Greg?
I'll make a motion on this that we approve the preliminary plat for Breckenridge Estates in the 18-lot residential subdivision located approximately 2450 south and 3800 east.
Second.
Motion by Greg, seconded by Jimmy. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, starting with Jimmy, say aye.
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And now we can go back to number 10, and it will also encompass number 11 and 12, as Adam mentioned.
Okay, yes, this is to consider approval of a zone change, a hillside development permit, and a preliminary plat. Zone change would go for, it's a zone change amendment, and it would remain PDR. It's approximately 70, just over 70 acres. And it's generally located on Hillrise Drive, south of Summit Ridge Drive. And I'll go over the details here, and then I'll hand some time over to Wes to cover the hillside items. This is the location. You can see Hillrise here, and that's the road that goes up top of Webb Hill. And the property is on both sides of that road. Land use map is designated open space, but the zoning map is PDR. So it is currently zoned PDR. To go along with that and give you a very brief history on this. 1998, a development agreement was signed. There was a land swap, and the city ended up with some property. And there were two other entities involved, and this happened to be one of the properties that was involved in that land swap. Sienna Canyon here was developed, and Sienna Ridge was developed. And so we're left with approximately, just like I said, a little over 70 acres, closer to 71 acres. It allowed, the development agreement allowed 109 units. There was also approximately 9 units from Webb Point, which is on the other side of the hill, that were transferred over here, which left the, in 2001, which left the site after the other two developments were developed with, let's see, 54 units. Excuse me, 51 units. The applicant is now asking for 42 units. So this all came about in this, like I said, in this development agreement, and we can go into more detail as the discussion goes on. But I just wanted to let you know that that is part of the equation of this application. So this is the conceptual layout. Again, just to point out, you can see Hillrise Drive that comes through here, bisects the property into two. You have your lots down here, but you also have some lots up here. This area in green is area that they've designated as open space. They are required to have 30% of it in open space. And so anything designated in green or shown in green is that open space area. And that does equal approximately just over 30% of the property. Again, 42 units. They're proposing public streets. And as an amenity, they are also proposing a trail that would come through, pick up here on Hillrise, and it would follow Hill Rise Drive up to connect to the trail that is existing up here. Now, part of that trail is on the subject property. It kind of goes in through here. They're proposing to relocate that trail off the property and onto city property, which is adjacent. They have proposed some standards with it. And these are just to look at some of those standards as far as the architecture of the homes that would be up there. These would be enforced through CC&Rs. So I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of what some of those standards are, and you can kind of see them as I go through. This is a look at that trail that would be adjacent to the to Hill Rise. And then this is a look at, there is some petroglyphs that were brought up. We asked the applicant to map those out, show us where those are, so we can make sure that they are either off the property, or if they're on the property, that they're being preserved. They have highlighted those over here. This is where those petroglyphs are, and so they are off the property and on city property. So again, this is just a look at the trail that would follow Hill Rise. So that, in a nutshell, is the request for the zone change amendment portion. There's more with the hillside and the preliminary plat, and I'll let Wes go over that with you.
Thank you, Dan. Wes?
Yes. So this right here is the slope analysis map that was presented at Hillside. Now, this went to Hillside actually the first time back in November of 2019. And there were, and I'll explain to you why. So it went through at that time, portions of it were approved. They did request them to come back and do a study. We'll discuss that in a minute. So then they came back recently, I think back in September or something. But here's a slope analysis map that was originally presented. You can see the darker areas is where it gets more steep. They indicated on our slope analysis map that they had nothing above the 40%, so they didn't have to request any areas that needed to be disturbed to show that they were not contiguous. They do stay within their limits on the 20 to 30. They're disturbing less than 30%. This is like Dan showed you as their layout. That they're disturbing less than 30%, and then the 30 to 40, they're disturbing less than 5%. You can see that a lot of the areas that are, like Dan indicated, that were that have the topography across it, the slopes, are in the green common areas. And then you can see right here, like in this one here, they are included in lots, but yet that black line represents a disturbable boundary as to where they cannot disturb beyond, similar to this one and so forth. So they did meet all their slope analysis per the ordinance. They also looked at that time the drainage, and this is the hydrology study for pre-disturbance. So they had 3 drainage basins: this large one here, this one here, and this one here that drains over towards Sienna Canyon. So this one, so this one right here, there is a drainage path that comes right down here, little drainage way that's been created over time. And it comes right down here and through their property into that road right there. Then there is this other drainage way that comes right down through here. And there's a corridor right there that the city owns, that property right there as a drainage corridor. And then this one drains, you can kind of see the path that comes right down through there. And again, there's a drainage corridor there that the city owns. And then this one drains over here towards Sienna Canyon and then works its way down into Sienna Canyon right here. So those are the pre drainage basins. And then these are the post drainage basins. They still will get property from the city that will drain, property that the city owns that will drain through here. So to intercept that drainage, they've created a detention basin right here, and they're going to extend a drainage pipe up here into that detention basin so that the water can be then drained off in a pipe out into the city storm drain system and pick up this flows from the city property. They also will have that, like I said, they have that other drainage here. They're going to keep it for the most part, and they're going to build another detention basin right here, and then another one here, and another one here. Let me just go to the next map because they show a little better. So there's the detention basin here where the pipe will extend up. This is the other detention basin, and they'll have a pipe that will come up. There's actually an existing pipe. I forgot that. Actually, there's an existing pipe that ends about right there, and they'll utilize that to drain that detention basin. This right now, again, is that drainage way that works its way down right through here. The city owns that little property right there. However, whoever owned this property actually constructed stairs on the city's drainage way that leads up into their house. And so actually the drainage way is actually on private property about right here. They're going to intercept it with this detention basin. Their preference would be to continue to use that drainage path. But if that's not able to work with the city being able to use that drainage way, then they have proposed to pipe it over to this detention area here as a second measure. The preference obviously is to use this, but if that can't work out for some reason, then they would pipe it over to here and connect it to this detention basin and use that existing pipe. This one right here, as I said, their drainage comes right now, it comes right down into here. Santa Canyon has actually constructed a berm right in here. It has intercepted those flows and then releases them at a lesser rate. So with this, they'll build that road, and the road will create a detention area here. They will then pipe that through the road and put it back into a drainage channel through here. When they did their study, the 100 years showed that there's about 40-something, 45 CFS, roughly in that neighborhood, that come through here in a 100-year event. The detention basin will reduce that flow, and it will store enough water where they can reduce that flow to 8 CFS here. So they really reduced that. They have met with Santa Canyon and discussed this with them about they're just going to put it back in the channel that takes it right here into their roadway. Santa Canyon, the HOA did say they may request that they pipe it over here to a little detention area that they have, that they want to see how this do it. They just said, get back to us in the future, is what the HOA said. So for right now, the plan is just to put it back into that detention basin. They are taking drainage from public roads. They have requested the city maintain these. I mean, staff has requested that the HOA maintain them. So there is some discussion still going on about who would have maintenance for those detention basins. Then
I think that's a real critical issue there, Wes, by the way.
Right. So then when the reason they got tabled back in last November was the Hillside requested that they do an analysis, and let me just go back to that picture right here. Requested they do an analysis of the slope right here along Sienna Canyon and the effects that construction would have on the rockfall area along Sienna Canyon and how to protect that. So they approved they approved some of the items, but requested this before they approved it all. So they did a study. It took them about a year, and they came back, and the study, they did some analysis on the site. They actually used some equipment and determined how far these vibration waves would travel within the ground. And they used a study that was done for, I think it was for a museum or something like that, because they felt that that would be very conservative and would probably help be conservative for the rock that's along that slope. Anyway, this right here is that road, as Dan pointed out, is right next to the cliff edge. This is what the traffic on the road, these dots here were the vibrations that they recorded just from traffic on the road. These vibrations here, they put a rock trencher up there, and these vibrations here are the ones that they that they were able to measure there, and then this one was a rock camera. So from that study, they determined that this is the ridgeline setback, obviously, that anything within here, you couldn't use a rock trencher. I should make sure I'm saying that correctly. Yeah, the rock trencher. So anything within here, you couldn't use a rock trencher, but within here, at a distance of 75 feet back, you could use the rock trencher. Anything beyond this line, they felt like, based on their measurements that they took, that you could use either a rock trencher or a rock hammer. So that's kind of the restrictions that the vibration study did on the development of the subdivision. And then right here, you can see, so by moving the road away, originally they were going to put the road back here, but it required a fair amount of cut to build that road. So they moved it over here to get it away from the slope, but also you'll notice that the yellow and the greens represent fill areas where they wouldn't be required, except for some utilities, to excavate. They would be fill areas. The reds represent areas where you would have cuts and so forth. And so by pushing that away, they really eliminated most of the excavation that would be required to build the road, except for right in that area right there. And then I did have them, this is kind of a pinch point. Here's the end of Hillrise Drive. Let me see. Here's the end of Hillrise Drive. And so to turn that right there, you have that slope edge here. I wanted to make sure that they really could build that road here, right through here without impacting. And so you can see the road right here, and then the trail right there that runs alongside the road. And then the trail will deviate from the road right here, and the road will continue on here. If you look, and let me see if I can blow this up really quickly. This is the cross section where right through here is this cross section right here. And you can see that here's the road, here's the property line of this property right here. That's their property line. You can see it's fairly flat on top there. And then you get to the edge and it drops off over here. So to build that trail, they will have to put a retaining wall right here, about 4.5 feet, to build that trail alongside the road right there. And then that's the property line right there. So they would have to put some type of rail fencing or something along here, because you do have that 4.5 foot drop to be able to construct that trail right through there.
Wes, how does that work with that house on the other side?
Over here?
Yeah.
Over here?
Yep.
Go ahead, Mayor. Yeah, so it's the grade's pretty much the same right up to here. So you can see that they should not have any impacts as far as grading on their property. They should be able to construct it right here. Really, it's right over here where you have the trail that you would have to put some retaining walls in to take up the grade, the elevation difference.
But we're okay in terms of whatever required distances there between the new road and that house?
Yeah, they'll meet setback distances from the right of way over to that existing home. They're not going to create an issue where the house becomes non-conforming as far as setbacks go.
And we're thinking with the wall or retaining wall on the other side, we're not going to have rock fall issues and so forth.
They said that if you look right here, there's a drop off right here down to a lower kind of shelf right here. You can kind of see those rocks right along there. And they felt like this was a flat area here and that they could build that trail without ever impacting any rock fall here, that they could stay in that shelf. That's why I asked them to kind of look at this, because I wanted to make sure that this was really feasible. You can kind of see the rough shelf right there on their contours. And then that's getting pretty close to the edge right there. And then the road would then come back here along the rear of these lots right here, and then finally turn and come up away from those lots. So that's the hillside. Do you want me to do the preliminary plat now, or do you have any questions on the hillside?
Yeah, let's have some, let's see what the council has to say on the hillside. And I think drainage too.
Yeah, I still have a lot of concerns about the drainage and frankly, the rock fall. I get they've done some analysis, but it's just right there in the backyard of those homes. But the drainage is very concerning.
Yeah, one of the things that I would say just off the shoot is I really think this needs to be crystal clear, and I'm still not clear on who's responsible. I don't want the city to be responsible for water that should be the responsibility of the developer. And the same thing with Sienna Canyon. And we haven't really gotten into that too much, but if they if they're now saying they'll agree to allow the storm sewer to run through their project, isn't their project private? And are we comfortable with that much potential water going through it and into their ponds and so forth? I've heard Scott Taylor have some reservations about that. I just feel like we need answers to that. And if we have them tonight, great.
Yeah, as far as the city standards go, as far as drainage and so forth, you have to detain the difference between, as you know, the pre and the post flows to help mitigate even, as much impact as possible. They've actually reduced those flows back. So the pre-flows were about 40 CFS, somewhere in that neighborhood. So to help mitigate that, any kind of disturbance on the Sienna Canyon, they have decided to reduce that to 8 CFS and bring it down as far as they can, so that they're not creating as little as impact on them over on the Sienna Canyon. In our discussions on the detention basins, our discussion was that these really aren't regional detention basins. They're really more of a development type detention basin. And I think that's why staff has said, no, you need to maintain the detention basins. They're in common area and they don't serve a greater purpose than just this development. They did argue that some of the city's property does drain onto them, and so maybe this one should possibly be a regional basin. I guess that's a discussion.
I think, again, and Sean, please comment from a legal perspective. I don't know when that should all be formally agreed upon, but I think it needs to be formally agreed upon. I don't want to get down the road, pardon the pun, and have there be questions and we're all going, 5 years from now, yeah, we meant to do that, but kind of never got resolved. Sean, can you comment on that? What's the...
Mayor, I'd like to comment on Wes's last comment first, because I'm afraid I'll forget it. I understand that they may say that those are flows coming off city property, but those are historic flows and they have to accommodate those. So we're not creating any additional flow from our property. It's all in a natural state, and that's the way it will be. So they'll have to accommodate that, Wes. As far as what goes down into Sienna Canyon, is that 100% their water from their property, Wes, or some of that our storm water that will be coming off our roadway?
Yeah, so each detention basin will actually take runoff from our roadways, except this one right here. This one, like you indicated, Sean, would take the city water from the city, runoff from the city property, and then these lots. This road actually drains down to this detention basin. Hillrise Drive and this little cul-de-sac will drain to this detention basin. And then this lower road here will drain into this detention basin here.
And then what will be draining it to Sienna Canyon? That was my question. Is it going to be a combination of their water and ours?
It is. So it will be water from the public roadway, and it will be water from their development plus whatever drained there prior to development from the city property.
And I think that was Scott Taylor's concern that he expressed today, Mayor and Adam, and that is it's going into a private development, and they will have that burden of making sure that it continues to flow through their development out to the storm drain. And so, that he expressed some concerns today that I think are valid given the history there on,
I think
that particular.
Agreed. And I think that we would need a written agreement, in my opinion, that Sienna Canyon agrees to maintain that. Otherwise,
harmless, yes.
And hold us harmless, because otherwise, you know what's going to happen. They're going to come back to us, and Scott made mention of this in staff meeting, and they're going to be asking us to dredge their ponds, to expand their lines if it doesn't work as planned or whatever. And this is a private system that they built. And without saying, you know, I don't want to misrepresent in any way what Scott said, but Scott wasn't thrilled with their system. So anyway, but I certainly want an agreement. And again, I'm going to say it, if I were voting on this, and I could be tonight, I would not be comfortable with where we are in the state of this process. I would want these things first.
Mayor, I agree. I think we need Scott's expertise on this. We have to have an agreement prior. How do we pass something first and then just say, well, we'll get that later? I'm not comfortable with that at all.
I wasn't in that meeting this morning, obviously, but let me just show you what probably, I'm wondering if Scott was concerned about. So on the preliminary plat, let me see if I can get there. They're setting up their own water system because they can't be served. And so they're building a water tank right here with a pump station right here that will feed that tank. To discharge, to be able to drain that tank and their lines, are actually running an irrigation, the water line down to this point right here. And that will allow the city to drain that whole system into that irrigation pond right here that is on Sienna Canyon's property. I don't know if that's what Scott also was talking about, but that may be something he was concerned about, was the fact that they do have a discharge line that they'll bring all the way down here so that these lines can be drained and then discharged into that irrigation pond right there.
I could be wrong, but I thought he was talking about stormwater drainage. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that was a concern, was where that water goes if they, drain that system. Where would the water go from the tank and so forth?
Another thing, so I don't forget, have we looked at, and as staff and with Scott or whomever else, the potential storm drainage situation as it comes to the surface street? In other words, when the flash floods, we talked about this, when we have the flash floods, and the street becomes the new, overflow, literally. Have we looked at what that means for the, Michelle, help me, the Mitsikawas, and then down on that's Fort Pierce, right? And then down onto Bloomington Hills Drive South, or whatever it is, Bloomington Hills Drive.
So I did talk to them about that, and they said in the 100-year event, with what they've proposed here, they'll collect most of Hillrise here and it'll come down into here. They're trying to reduce as much that comes down this way onto Hillrise. They've indicated that they've studied it and determined that my concern was, would it end up in this cul-de-sac and flood these people? They indicate their analysis says it won't, based on what they can capture on site and put in these detention basins, that it won't. There's a little hump in the road right there. It's crowned, obviously. They've indicated that it won't cross that crown, but it'll actually come back down into here. And then if if it can't be picked up in the storm drain system here, will then drain onto the golf course here.
I have a question.
That's concerning.
Yeah, go ahead, Danielle.
Okay, when we say that we are going to have these private HOAs maintain something like a drainage basin, what does that mean? You know, what's required of them? Is it something that they do, you know, that they have a requirement that they have to clean them out every year? Or what does that require exactly?
Well, the city now has what's called a stormwater maintenance agreement, and it usually doesn't apply to like residential subdivisions. It's usually more for commercial and multifamily. But they'll be required, if these detention basins are private, they'll be required to do a long-term stormwater maintenance agreement, which requires every year that these detention basins be checked to see if they're in a functioning condition. They'll have to hire someone who has been what's called SWIP certified to come up and check these detention basins to make sure they're functioning correctly. And then every 5 years, the city would go in and do that also. And that's the new system that we have now on commercial, on multifamily, and that, where they have to monitor their systems every year, and then the city comes in every 5 years and checks up on it.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I mean, my mom lives in an HOA pretty near there, and they didn't even know they had a drainage that they were in charge of until, of course, it backed up and flooded the people who live below them, and then they had a big issue. So I was just curious, you know, if there was a requirement, and there probably should be for residential, because if these HOAs are in charge of their own drainage, there probably should be, you know, not just for this, but for all of the different HOAs around those areas, especially on those hilltops. Wes, and then I had one other question. Are they rerouting the KLC trail? Did I see that correctly? It looks like.
Yeah, they are. They'll route it onto the city property, right, Dan?
That's right.
Okay.
I can't see, but other council members, any comments at this point?
Mayor, I have one clarification that I'd like Wes to make. He referred to that, and Wes, I'm trying to look at my screen here. I think it's that middle retention basin, retention, and where it goes down, where you said the stairs were located? Where someone did that. You said it was on private property, but is there an easement across that private property for that flow? Yeah, that's the one right there in the middle.
Right, it's this one right here, and right now the drainage comes right down through here, but because these stairs have been built up, they built this up right through here and built these stairs here. It's forced the drainage to now turn and go down through that private property. It's actually created a little conveyance channel right through there, down into the road right
Okay,
there.
got it. So you were saying that right now it's being forced because of someone's encroachment on our easement onto someone else's property instead of our easement.
This is actually owned by the city, so it's more than just an easement. It's actually
Okay.
this one right here.
It says on yours that it's an existing city easement, but you're saying that is actually our property.
Yeah, it's actually city property.
And is the drainage going on our property or not?
No, not right now. Because of those stairs, it's forced the water to turn as it gets to here and then kind of make its way right there along that westerly side of that property right there.
So again, I think that should be resolved before this is approved. Sean?
Yeah, we would need to have that resolved. We can't continue to have that flow go on to someone's private property.
And there's been issues, you know, with drainage in Sienna Canyon anyway. And to add this development's drainage into there, I just don't think this is ready for approval. I think we need Scott to look at this carefully. I think we need the agreement with Sienna Canyon and the developers to be all in place. A lot of cleanup still here. It's just my thought.
So part of our drainage manual requires them to, again, maybe I'm not making myself clear, but there is about 40 CFS that comes down through here in a 100-year event. The drainage, and that's pre-flows. The drainage manual just says, look, you have to detain the difference between the pre and the post. And so because 40 CFS comes through here, that they could still release 40 CFS, but they realize that there's nowhere for the water to go. So they realize there's no storm drain line like up here where they could dump that water into here. So up into here, they will put the water into a pipe here and a pipe here. And basically they'll take the offsite flows and just pass those through. And then they'll detain the difference between the pre and the post. This one, they'll detain the difference between the pre and the post, and then release the water through here into that storm drain system. Sienna Canyon, because there are no storm drain facilities that are public, that is why they have reduced the amount of water that comes through here on a 100-year event. And so they could, in theory, based on this city's drainage manual, they could allow 40 CFS to continue to pass through here and detain the difference. But because of that, they're reducing this down to a much lesser amount than that, so that the impact will be less. And they have that area here that they could do that. So that was kind of a compromise they felt they made, that they would reduce this down to 8 CFS instead of the natural flow of 40 CFS in a 100-year event, and then just let it follow the channel. Or Sienna talked about asking them to put it into this little basin right here.
We know how many 100-year events we have here.
I know
like
that.
Every 3 years we have a 100-year event. And, you know, when we all got flooded, I live out here in Bloomington Hills, so Webb Hill's just behind me. But, you know, there was water running everywhere. So
yeah, a lot of water can come off of these hillsides in those kind of events. You're correct.
Mm-hmm.
And then it seems like there's 100 years between rainstorms.
Yeah. We need some water, don't we, Jimmy?
Yeah. And, you know, I share some of those concerns. And Wes, please understand, I think you've done a lot of work here. This is just one of those projects that, I mean, it's not just one or two issues. There's a lot of issues. Greg is good at reminding us that the east.
You're muted, Jimmy.
But I had a good speech. So
we heard most of it. Keep going, Jimmy.
So anyways, I want Wes to know I appreciate all his work on this, because there's more than just one little issue on this project, you know, with all the good spots being developed. And like Greg says, and so I agree, you know, with what Michelle's saying. We just want to make sure we're airtight here on all of our issues, and drainage is one of them that we'll probably never get right, because everyone wants us to plan for 1,000-year floods, and I don't know that we can, you know, if that's feasible. But this is one where it's a pretty good slope, and there's a lot of stuff down below. I spent quite a bit of time out here walking around with some of the neighbors, and when you get over to that edge looking off into Sienna Canyon, those houses are right up against the edge. And you can see where they've dug little trenches and ponds to keep their lots from flooding down there. So I'm sure those people are just waiting for us to do something to screw up and say, hey, now look what you've done to flood my house down here. And so we do need to cross our T's and dot our I's and do all that as far as drainage and rockfall and all that good stuff. So that being said, I'm not saying that you're not there, but you know, everybody just needs to get their head wrapped around that, and I'm nervous about it myself. Anyways, my 2 cents.
No, and to be honest with you, there's almost every element on this one. You know, you have to have your own water system to provide water. The sewer is private in Sienna, so they'll have to put in a sewage lift station and pump it up here. You have the drainage here, and you have, yeah, I'm not gonna argue with it. It's a tough piece to develop. You have the rock fall along Sienna Canyon and the drainage, like you say, with those homes built right up against the slope.
Absolutely.
Greg, any thoughts since we're kind of making the rounds?
Sure. I think Michelle and Jimmy have kind of stated that I don't want people to be discouraged. I think there's been a lot of work done on this piece, and I like a lot of the direction it's going, but I don't know if we want to just kind of move forward with something when there's something as big as water and drainage not fully addressed. I think that's a big issue. When I ran into that, I think we should get that all tied up to where we all feel comfortable with it. I think that would be the prudent move on this.
Yeah, it's my feeling. I kind of, and several people have said it already, but I don't know. I feel like that agreements need to be at least drafted. I feel like Scott, as Michelle mentioned, Scott Taylor needs to tell us he's comfortable with the plans for the various discharges from their system, their new system, and from the storm drain as well. I think we got to address with clarity what happens when it hits the roads below. I'm still not, I don't know. I'm not there yet, and I don't think council members are quite there yet. Don't want to be delaying just to delay. I don't think that's any of our intentions. But I just think we've got to get this right. We've got to show to the residents we've all done our very best to make sure this is contemplating everything we can. We're not, like Jimmy said, we're not trying to solve a 1,000-year storm event. We know we can't mitigate everything, but I think we got to solve the types of storms we get at least every 5 years. So anyway,
I think we're all a little skittish after our 1,000-year storm that we had. I mean, that just makes us really want to be cautious. I'm not saying we're trying to plan for a 1,000-year storm, but we're wanting to be really cautious with water right now of what we've seen over the last, when was that? This summer.
August 26th.
Yeah, that was something.
So would the prudent thing be to table this to another time? What would we do?
Mayor, there seems to be a hand up. I don't know if that's the applicant or not, or a representative of the applicant.
That is the applicant.
Is that Ben Willits?
Yeah.
Let's unmute him and let him speak for a moment. Is that working? I'm going to try to unmute him. Ben?
Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So we have, I'm Ben Willits with Horrocks Engineers. We also have representatives from the applicant in the room with us as well. So one thing that I think that a lot of people are confusing right now is that we've spent copious amounts of time and money on doing this drainage study at the behest of the city post planning commission meeting. Now, this isn't any way to try to say that this is not an issue. We completely understand that, but we've spent a lot of time with both the city and our drainage experts who are expert in what they do. And I understand the concern that everyone has, because obviously where we live, there is a lot of runoff that occurs that, especially in those larger rain events, that we would rather not have destroying property. Having said that, with all the time and effort and expense that has gone into this, all of our drainage experts are showing that this works. And this actually is improving the situation upon the adjoining communities, both Sienna Canyon as well as onto the north part of the property, which abuts to Bloomington Hills. So what I think people are understanding here is that all of these detention basins are detaining at minimum 80% of the water that's now coming off of that site. And so right now, we're seeing a lot of these drainage problems because it's passing straight through. All the water that's coming off of those three main hillside drainage areas that Wes had shown us earlier is all passing straight through right now. So with all these improvements, there's a couple things that happens is A, we send it to these different detention basins so that it does detain it. And again, 80% of that is going to be detained. So in the case, for example, down at Sienna Canyon, which is the largest amount of flow coming off the site, as Wes had mentioned, there is about 42 CFS that passes through the site right now. That's going to be minimized down to less than 8 CFS. And so when you look at it just from a percentage of the whole, from 42 CFS to 8, that's dramatically decreasing that. After we had our meeting with Wes and the Sienna Canyon HOA, they were actually very helpful and very in favor of what the proposed project is going to do to increase the or decrease the flows coming off into their site and to allow them to have a far greater, 80% greater or less amount of water that will now flow into their site. The only thing we had to work through with them at that point was whether they wanted us to discharge the allowable passing through 20% onto their roadway or to stick it into their existing detention basin. Now, regarding everything off to the north, again, those three detention basins will all greatly increase what does pass through there right now. So there's no more studies. I mean, we've studied this thing. This has gone way above and beyond what we typically do even at this level, which is fine. We understand the concern. So,
yeah, and it's the only way it's going to get approved.
Right. So part of
And
that
agreement, you don't have the agreement. Once you get that agreement with Sienna Canyon, then we can talk.
Okay, and I just want to, this is Joe Benuti. I represent the developer, and I think in a little more simple terms, because you live on the other side. Sienna Canyon, I understand. You want an agreement, we can work on that. But what people and neighbors that I've met with that are starting to understand, and I don't think you do, is we can leave the natural drainage. And I didn't understand some of this till I got into this, but like where your house flooded, it's obviously a problem that comes off here. So when your house floods, we don't have to do anything as property owners. We can just leave it. It can flood into there forever. If there was a battle and this didn't get approved and there's no houses, it's going to continue to flood. My question is, and then I'm going to talk about the road too, because with the detention basins, these reduce the flow, not reduce the flow of regular from 100-year. These are designed for, and I agree, I think the 100-year storms happen about every 5 years. I'll get lower so you can actually see me. But that's the same thing with the road. The houses never should have been built in Sienna Canyon. We know that. That was a city mistake. It shouldn't have been allowed, but we're not pointing fingers. But what we found out when we did the actual vibration study is just the pickup trucks driving up that road are already making the boulders move. So the residents that live right down here, they actually want the road moved as quick as you can. You can go ask them. Gail lives right below. So things like that are fixing things. It's the same with the water that runs into Sienna Canyon. I understand if you want us to get the agreement, we can work on that. I would like to move forward with it contingent upon that agreement. But we use the best. Like when we use the rock fall, we use Jim Nordquist. And to put this in perspective, because we're in Utah and Jim is the guy doing the study for the LDS Temple earthquake. That's the type of detail went into this in Salt Lake City. You know, we brought Jim down with AGC to do this. We did that when I know Wes says they, and that infer, and I like working with Wes, but believe me, it's not me. I'm not making up this drawing. We use the best in the business for this because one of the big things we have down the road is liability too. We have to make sure that rockfall, drainage, these aren't issues. But the big thing is moving the road, and the big thing with the detention is it makes it better. I mean, I don't know who did the Bloomington Hills development, but they created a mess for you guys. They didn't put in the storm drains the way they should have. And I'm not here to point fingers at that, but
I wasn't in the city.
I would ask you to really look at the drainage study, and if you want to sit down and go over it, and it takes all this water and stops it. And that's the big thing. We didn't just come up with this. We spent a lot of time, a lot of money. We went out with the road. We used the vibration test that they use. Like I said, Jim Nordquist is the one that came and did this. We didn't use just anybody local. Even AGC told us to bring in their best. If I seem a little bit stressed or frustrated, it's just that we've jumped over hurdles that are unbelievable. You know, we've gone through a lot of this, and I would ask you to give us direction what, because what else can we do? We've used the best in the business to give reports. We didn't make these up. We're not telling you down in the lower part of that road. It's designed that way. Wes and these guys are experts in their field. They know the water's draining that way. So what else can we show you?
Here are the three things that I've identified, and we'll see what the council says, because they're going to make the motion one way or another. We need an agreement. We would like to see an agreement between the developer and Sienna Canyon that holds the city harmless, and that shows that indicates what they will be doing, what will be coming through their system. That's first. As relates to that, I think we've heard said we need Scott Taylor from the city, from our water department, we need his review and essentially approval or recommendations if anything needs to be modified. Okay. The third thing I've written down is we need the property encroachment situation resolved. This isn't so much you, this is our staff on the one drainage where they're encroaching with the stairway, and we've got, drainage that's going on someone else's property.
And to address that, the suggestion that Wes had that we agreed with was that could take some time. And I actually said in the meeting, I said, I can fix the problem. I can go tear the stairs out tomorrow, but I can't do that. And that's the way I think. But in order to do that, we do show that we have a pipe that can drain from the one basin over. If the city can't address that, we've showed the basin that's next to lot 102 and 103, it can drain. We would prefer not to spend the money to have to put that other pipe in. But if the city doesn't have the stairs addressed, I think we already have that answered. Wes can speak more about that than me. But we did show that, because like I said, I can't go out, tear out the stairs. I can't even go tell the people to take them down. The city's actually got some different options they talked about working on. So we just said, look, if we can't drain that way, we can drain into the other basin and put a storm drain out of that. So hopefully that one's addressed.
Well, it is, we have that, as part of the recommendation from the staff.
Okay.
So, but there's still, we've got those other couple things. And, again, this is going to be up to the council to make a motion, but I agree with Councilwoman Randall that I think there are still at least those couple things. And there's still the question of that I think Scott could help and probably have, maybe he's meeting with the very experts you're talking about, but I think you've heard the concerns from several of us about, what happens down that steep road coming down to Fort Pierce. What's going to
sit down with Scott and go over every part of this in detail with Wes. I'm fine with that. I'd be happy. Is this a contingent vote, or what is this? What are we vote? What are you going to vote?
That's up to the council. But again, I personally wouldn't be comfortable moving ahead until those things we know that they're resolved, but that's up to the council.
Mayor and council, this is Carson Bagley. I'm the attorney for the applicant and owner on this project. There's a few comments I want to make before you consider any type of motion on this. One, there was a development agreement in place in '98 on this property. And part of that development agreement deals with the water that you're talking about, Scott, dealing with him. That agreement is in place. There was this is a preliminary plat we're trying to reduce the number of lots that were previously agreed upon. The developer has gone to a great length, more than many other developments at this stage where it's a preliminary plat. This isn't final plat, preliminary.
It's
There's
hillside.
issue-
Hey, excuse me. It's a hillside development permit as well. And it's consider an ordinance for the zone change amendment. So it's more than just a preliminary plat.
As to the zone change amendment, it is planned development residential. It was approved back then. We're not changing the zoning. As to the hillside, we understand that we have to go through hillside approval. We've got the recommendation. My client has spent a ton of money on additional tests at this stage, and these things can be resolved in the final plat approval process. And my client's committed to make sure that these things happen. We're reducing the water that currently exists. And one thing to note, in Jim Nordquist's report, the road that currently exists, that is the city's road, in its current location is contributing to the rockfall. So the more time that it takes, the more money that my client loses, the more time before the road can be relocated and the drainage problems corrected. So the city has liability on it. And up on Hillside Review, when they were on site, they pointed this out. The more this waits, the more the risk to the Sienna Canyon builders increases. And to bring the scope as to the motion on a preliminary plat approval, these agreements that you want with Sienna Canyon, the encroachment next to the house, that's the city's problem. Somebody built on city's property. That's not us, and that shouldn't hold up us from being able to develop in this market and get the lots sold when it's a good market. So there's things that need to be considered as to what the scope of these three items on the agenda are, and there's the council's reasons for denying. We will work through, we will get agreements. There is a development agreement in place already that was executed back in '98. And we would, if this isn't approved, then we submit according to the original, which the staff and everybody else, I think, would be in full agreement that the original plan is far worse than what we've done. We've minimized, we've made bigger lots, fewer lots, and the client is committed to making this happen.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to hear from our attorney now.
Well, Mayor, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of how we've changed our process with preliminary plats versus final plats. Something that's been universally applauded was the fact that now final plats they're administratively approved by our staff. So this puts more of a burden on the council, as we explained when we made this change, to make sure that everything is clarified to your satisfaction on the preliminary plats. And so I think that the council has been clear that you're not opposing this project necessarily, but you have questions still that you think are significant. As far as the rockfall goes, and I respect Jim and his opinion, I don't agree that we're contributing significantly to that rockfall there, and that'll just be a point of disagreement on that. But what I do want to say is the questions that the council have raised are valid questions to ask at this stage that we should have our staff answer to your satisfaction. And I do agree that that is the city's responsibility on that easement, as pointed out by Mr. Bagley. I will point out that was pointed out previously by the mayor already, so we acknowledge that. But it's something that we would want to take care of. And it sounds like even the Mr. Bagley's clients would rather not go through the expense of putting the pipe in if they don't have to, but it is something that you want to explore, and I think that's valid too. That's the point of a preliminary plat. And so I think the council's points are all well taken, and you're on solid footing in considering whether or not to approve this at this point. You certainly could table it. I do appreciate the fact that our staff has made some progress. The initial proposal was for us to be maintaining those basins on the private HOA property, something that we did not want to do. And so thank you, Mr. Venuti, for working with us on those. And I think, you've got this to a very close point, but there are just some things that need to be taken care of. It sounds like from the council that they want to see. That is appropriate at this stage for you to ask for those things to be done.
And this is Carson, if you don't mind letting me chime in for a second, is it, if you want to make an approval conditioned upon certain things that you've listed, that would be more palatable than simply tabling, because we started this process in early 2019, having discussions with the city, submitting as plat in October of 2019, and now we're over a year later. How much more time do we do before we approve a preliminary plat? And if you put conditions on it, fine, we'll deal with the conditions. But to table it, it seems that you're treating this development differently than the other developments throughout St. George, and is, again, causing time, delay, and expense to my client.
Did you want to respond, or do you want, who did you want to respond to that?
Go ahead, Sean.
Well, what I would say, Mayor, and I hope if I speak out of turn, I would ask the council and the mayor to respond. I would say to Mr. Venuti that you guys have brought this project closer than any of the others that have ever come before us. There have been many that have come proposing to do projects here. So I applaud you for working with us on this. I would also, though, say at this point that you're not treating this differently than any other project. And when we met out at site, I think the mayor was very clear, the council members were very clear that they wanted all of these issues cleared up before they saw it again. And I think there's some reservation on the part of the council and the mayor right now to allow staff to look at the conditions and approve those without it coming back to the council, because it affects some neighbors, a lot of neighbors that are adjacent to it. And Mayor, I don't know if
I can say, I thought we had
anything else to say.
Oh, sorry. I thought we had, just so you understand where we're at, we went and met with Sienna Canyon, and the big understanding to them is, the same as we talked about before, that right now the flow comes down, it floods into them. It was a good meeting. I mean, honestly, we came out of it with some really positive things. Wes is the one that set that up, which I appreciate. And we're talking about flow that can go through there. So we came back to this assuming we already had everything addressed. We didn't know we had to have a written agreement with them, because the agreement is they basically trespassed on the property right now, and they built a berm, and they have a pipe that drains into theirs. And we said, we don't have an issue with that. If you don't want it to drain into your street, the certain amount of water is going to flow through no matter what. And I don't see that as a big issue. If we need to go back to them and get an agreement there, that's okay. I would hope, now we've narrowed this down to 2 things that we need. And if that is what it is, let's go forward and figure it out. Those are the conditions. I don't have any issues with the conditions you have. I want you to be comfortable with this. And I understand I don't have to worry what I say. I guess I'm not an attorney, but I understand dealing with Sienna Canyon. They have private systems. They have things like that. We're not trying to force anything into that. And if you want Scott to look at things, by all means, let's look at the road. He's an expert. Wes is an expert. Just hopefully this can be what we deal with, and we don't come back. And we've had some crazy things that you guys know about, people claiming species that turn out to not even be endangered, that we're dealing with the Fish and Wildlife, to have them say it's not an issue, just one after the other. Yeah, I don't have any issues getting with Scott or getting together with Sienna Canyon. We can hope the big thing where it came to light with Sienna Canyon is that we're going to make this a lot better so their cul-de-sac doesn't flood. And so if that's what it is, anyways, I'll shut up. I talk too much. So,
well, I think, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to follow up a little bit with the applicant, just so they understand. to my thought process, and I think a lot of the council and the mayor's kind of already touched on this. And so has Sean. I don't think anybody's saying, you know, we don't understand the development agreement that was put into place and that there's some rights here, or that we oppose the project. In fact, I've seen this project a couple of times, not your project, but other developers have come to me privately and tried to do different things. This is a good plan as far as what I can see, and I think it's more palatable to the neighbors. I spent a considerable amount of time out there trying to educate the neighbors on the benefit of the agreement that was made back in the 90s and how it's going to keep some open space up there. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, there's some neighbors down there ready to come and chain themselves to your equipment if you try to develop there. And
Oh, I know.
I think we're gonna avoid that, including the ones talking about the species that you're worried about. I think we're going to be able to avoid that because of the time we're taking to try to make sure we can assure the public, because that's part of our job here, is to look out for the public, to assure the public that we have, quite frankly, put you guys through the ringer so that we can make sure that this is done right. And I think in the long run, I know there's money on the line, time is of the essence, but can you imagine if we just tell the neighbors, hey, we had to approve this so that the developer wouldn't lose any money? And I don't think that would work out to your benefit as well.
No,
so we're trying, that's all we're trying to do here, at least from my standpoint, is make sure that we can defend what's going on here on a very sensitive piece of property that virtually every person down there has tried to contact me in one form or the other to say, you know, you're in the developer's park, and why are you doing this? And I'm trying to educate.
Yeah, and I know, and that's honestly why we went, you know, the mayor knows, we came and met with him at his office, and Mark and John, we even looked at trading this because we knew it was such a hot pocket. And we brought in a company from Whistler Blackcomb that they came from British Columbia. They did Whistler Blackcomb to do mountain bike trails. And we thought, can we trade this off to the city? This is such a high visible, and just didn't work out. I mean, we've looked at this in all the different ways and how can we best do this? I mean, we identified every possible site, we narrowed it down. And the one thing I would ask is that we really have used experts. I mean, this isn't Joby Venuti saying, yeah, the water's going to go here. And if you want Scott to look at that and say he agrees with Wes on it, and, you know, and that's the other thing we went to extremes with the road, with the vibration and everything. That's why we brought Jim in. So the big thing I'd ask is just, you know, just don't say, well, it doesn't make sense. Let's really look at the studies. I mean, we've spent the money on the studies, and it feels to me like now we're just saying, so yeah, let's,
no one's disputing
whatever conditions there are, let's name them and go forward, and we can do what you need us to do. I've done some really hard developments. This is one of the top, and we can.
And Horrocks knows what they're doing. I don't think anybody disagrees that. We understand there's a lot of professionals there, and at the end of the day, we're putting our trust in them. We have to do that. We're not experts in that field, but again, this is just about making sure that we have the best buy-in we can, and making sure we're covering everything. The things that I would ask Scott too are about the sewer pump station. I mean, in a flood event, we have issues with the sewer overflowing, because, you know, that's where a lot of the water ends up, is in the sewer, and we've had some issues with pump stations. You know, those are all the things that, as long as we feel comfortable with all those, I don't think anybody here is trying to say they're trying to deny this, even at the request of the citizenry that would love us to say no way, some way. You know, I just don't think that's what's happening here. So sorry to drag that on, but
no, thanks,
anyway,
Jimmy. I think that Scott Taylor might have joined the meeting, and I'm not sure if he has anything to say at this point. Scott, are you on? Yeah, he is. Let me unmute him. If it will let me.
Yeah,
Scott?
I'm muting him. He should be able to talk now.
Scott, have you got anything to say at this point? One of the things we've been saying is that we feel like we'd like to have your review of the situations that you have particular expertise in, especially as it relates to Sienna Canyon system and running water drainage and I guess discharge through there. Any thoughts that you have, or would you like to would you want to look at that more closely and submit your, I guess, review or results of your review? You there, Scott? I'm not seeing him now. We must have lost him.
I see him. I just can't hear him.
Oh, is he still on there somewhere? There he is. Yeah, we can't hear you. Your audio's not working.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get with Cameron Cutler and Jay and Wes, and between the three of us, we can review the studies and make sure we're comfortable with the drainage. As far as the sewer lift station goes, we've got them all over. We can we'll review the lift station design and make sure that there's some redundancy. You know, we've got portable generators we can deploy when there's a power outage. So there's certainly ways that we can mitigate. So yeah, I'll get with Cameron, Wes, and Jay and look at the drainage study.
Thanks, Scott. Council, are you ready to make a motion at this point of one sort or another?
Scott, would that be something that you could have a good feel for by like the 17th? I can't hear him now.
Me neither.
Okay, now I'm back. Yeah, I'll get with Cameron tomorrow, and we'll jump on it.
You know, I don't know what the rest of the council feels like, but I'll go ahead and say that. In fact, I'll make a motion that we table this for those items we've discussed, so that we can get our handle on it till the 17th.
Jimmy, I'll second it, but will you clarify what those are? The agreement with Sienna Canyon, Scott,
yes,
okay.
And those detention basins, the right of way and the stairs, those things that we talked about. Is that clear enough, Sean?
I think it is.
Mayor, do you want to restate those? Because I think you had them perfectly.
Yeah.
The three that you had.
Yeah,
the
three that we talked about was an agreement with Sienna Canyon to utilize their private system and that holds the city harmless. The property issue that needs to be resolved with the one drainage, the encroachment situation. And again, there might be a couple ways to do that, as Joby pointed out. There could be another way to do that besides ours, but that may be more a city issue than it is theirs. And then Scott's review and approval of the information as it relates to the drainage and the lift station and going through Sienna Canyon's system.
And Mayor, did you also want them to review the drainage going down to Fort Pierce Drive into?
Yes, that would kind of be the fourth thing, I guess. There are four things.
I would include that in my
drainage study.
Yeah, I'd include that in my motion. And again, my feeling here is this is going to benefit the developer in the long run of having a lot less issues there, in my opinion. So that's my motion.
Second.
A motion by Jimmy and seconded by Michelle. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, starting with Michelle, say aye.
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. So we can hopefully everyone get together that needs to, and we'll try to, be right back at this unless we hear otherwise from staff or from the applicant. We'll see you all on the 17th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know how to
And I'm not sure, maybe a clarification, Sean. Was this really all three items? We didn't really state that in the motion.
No, you'll have to take them individually, Mayor.
So that was the first one on the development, the hillside development permit. So we'll need another motion on item 11, which is the zone change amendment.
So wouldn't that be contingent upon the hillside development permit or not?
Yes.
Do we table all those till the same date?
Yes. That's my suggestion, Sean.
Great.
So, sorry. So could I say that we table items number 11 and 12 to the 17th?
Mayor, let's have them taken one by one. So it's on the record and easily searched in the future.
Okay. Jimmy?
So I would make a motion to table item 11, the zone change
amendment.
Yeah, the zone change amendment. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Make it simple.
For December 17th.
December 17th. Yes.
And again, relating to the same conditions that we made on item number 10.
Actually, that was the last motion. This should be 12 or 13. I mean, it could be 12.
Yeah, we were considering the hillside development permit, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we specified, and since we'd started with 10, I figured it was 10.
All right. So we're tabling 10 now then? We tabled 11?
No, we already, I don't know. I would say.
I think we tabled 10. This is 11, so.
That's correct. You table 10, this is 11.
Yep.
All right.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? All in favor, starting with Greg, say aye.
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Now item number 12.
Motion to table item number 12, the preliminary plat approval. Isn't that what that is?
Yes.
For the same reasons to December 17th.
Second.
I have a motion by Jimmy, seconded by Michelle. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, starting with Jimmy, say aye.
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Greg?
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, so it's all there on the record, and we will see you folks on the 17th. Adam? Anything else that you have?
Not tonight.
We don't need a closed meeting.
No.
Thank you.
Next week's it's at 4.
Next week begins at 4, correct, Adam?
That is correct. I believe we are going to hold that as a regular meeting, if I remember correctly.
Might be a couple of things or something to approve, but we will minimize as much as we can, council, so that we can go to the first step of the 2021-2022 fiscal year budget process, as you know, and so we'll save as much time as we can for that, at least a couple of hours, but that time is yours. So any reports, folks, tonight? I know it's late, so hopefully not many. Michelle says no. Danielle?
Yeah, just tomorrow night at the art museum, they're having a fun, like putting out the luminaries and having a party up there. So if you're out and about, and I think that's it.
There are probably other things, but it's 9:45, so, you know.
I'm so tired. I don't even know.
Yeah. Jimmy?
I got nothing.
Gregory?
Nothing to add.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Appreciate your patience in working through these. I think it's important. So, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Michelle moves. Seconded?
Second.
Was that Greg? Who was that?
That's me.
Greg.
It's Greg. I thought it was Mark for a minute. All in favor?
He shows up right when it's time to be the meeting's over. What the heck?
He's been there.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Did you all say aye? All right. Now we'll say bye.
Bye.